Yeah, I see people came into my oh, we're live. um Let me kind of do this kind of right. That's why I wrote up a script so we could sound more professional. All right. Welcome back to the show. Today we're cutting through the smoke and mirrors surrounding Steel City Interactive and the undisputed boxing game. We're talking inexperienced hires, deceptive messages, questionable bans, ignored fan feedback, and why SEI is treating passion, knowledgeable boxing fans like we're clueless. Makes no sense. And I got my co-host, and I call this a round table, AJ Pax. Let them know
What's up,
you're
Paul?
here.
Thanks for having me on.
I hear you, AJ. What you say?
I said, "What's up, Paul? Thanks for having me on."
Yeah, it's good to have you here. Leafy said he might be a little late. I wanted to hear how Leafy feel about being banned, but we'll get into that. Let's just like talk about some things that we like because I'm gonna talk about different things now, and then I'm gonna follow the script. Then we find to follow the script a little bit. Shout out to Jay Jeezer for coming through on TikTok. Let me see. Yeah, so what you was talking about with the Discord that was like annoying and bothering you?
You mean just in general how this the way they handle bans?
Yeah,
Yeah. So basically, in Discord, if you have any views that will say is accurate or going against the grain, they'll shut you down. They'll just ban you for whatever reason. You can't even you can't express yourself, or you can't even make a joke. Even if you try to make a joke about the topic, you could just get banned.
yeah,
But the thing is, you on the other hand, you see a lot of the community creators who align themselves with the CSI. It's the opposite.
exactly.
But
Cause some
it's the opposite because they're pushing the narrative that CSI wants their audience to listen to absorb.
yeah, and my thing is that it's a lot of these content creators and even former mods. They're like they're part of the community, but then you see them actually going against what we're saying. I'm like, what are y'all doing? Make up your mind if you're gonna be part of what we trying to fight for, and or what you're trying to fight for. Because a lot of them keep saying, "Oh, that realism doesn't sell." You repeating what they keep saying. Games would not keep progressing. Leafy here. Yeah, games wouldn't keep progressing if they weren't trying to strive for something, and fans wouldn't be complaining about wanting a better game.
Hello?
Yeah, what's
Hello.
up, Leafy? Oh, you got the camera on.
Yeah, I'm on my phone right now. I'm only gonna be here for like a short period of time because my parents had to go to like the grocery store, but then I gotta leave to go to the mall when they come back. So I thought I'd pop in for a quick second before I had to go.
Yeah, that's good. As long as you here, we want to
Yeah.
hear your voice because I'm gonna go in and dig into it later. What you think
All right.
about that band? Why they banned you, and how you feel about it?
I think well the reason like I was banned, they said it was because I'm bullying the development team. You have a dev. Okay. A developer said there's a screenshot that said we were learning game development as we were making the game, and they had like hires that weren't experienced. So
Yeah,
all I asked was, why did SCI hire inexperienced devs permabans. You can't be bullying the devs. That's harassment. That's not acceptable. And I'm over here like, dude, a developer said it himself. Why can't I ask a question about it? And like I was messaging Gub and like Stove, and they're like, yeah, that like they agreed it was like wrong. It's like why? Well, I only had one warning in that server. One warning. Well, I wasn't on like 3 strikes. I was on 1, and it was for swearing. It was for swearing back when the bot warned you. And so it wasn't like I was on like 3 warnings and they're gonna ban me. I only had 1, and I don't know, man.
Who
It's
was
just
it?
Saf.
Who was
Saf
the
banned,
person?
Saf banned
Yeah,
me. It was Saf.
Yeah, I
I know
that's
know
it.
it's
it's
Saf
that. Because
because
I think when you said about they can't buy you, that fed into it too. That helped.
yeah. Well, I was just being honest. Like I was being nice
Yeah,
to the devs, and then they said, here's a free month of the zone." I'm like, "Oh, thank you." I'm like, "Yeah, you're just nice to the devs." I'm like, "Wait a minute. They're trying to get me to be nice. They want me
yeah.
to.
Once they
They
added
want me to
that
shut
on,
up. They want me to shut up."
yeah. Once they added on, you're nice to the devs. They was trying to feed you to keep not
Yeah,
going against the game.
yeah.
And
It's
we're
like, hey,
not
if
really going against the game. We want the
yeah,
game to be
no,
better.
no. The devs were going against the game. They turned it into a hybrid. It's supposed to be sim. They're the ones going
Exactly.
against the game, not me. I don't know what
Exactly.
you're talking about.
but you know what that means? It means is if they don't want that kind of content in their Discord, then they have that. Why don't they just make it it should just be a let's say a semi-private Discord then, where they only want people who work within the team and certain people to be inside of that room. Why are you doing that if it's a public audience that we're dealing with? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think it's just they're trying to set an example of like you have to like be like it's fine to have like a little bit of a disagreement, but if it's like this much, or you're walking on a fine line, you're walking on a
Yeah.
fine line, as Shep would say. No disrespect to Shep, but that whole like you're walking on a fine line. Come on now,
Yeah.
no.
Because Shep
But
was
but but
warning.
but, are, but, are, but do you think? But do you think that Discord is really it's really in-house? It's like a in-house development. Is it actually part of the? You know what I'm saying?
With the main
Okay,
team.
okay. For example, they're having that roundtable discussion, right? That's behind
Yeah.
Yeah,
closed doors. So
yeah,
basically, all these discussion are technically, if they don't want people to be saying things, why have a public discussion room that only the banned people? It just
Exactly.
seems like they need. To me, it seems like you just need to have the devs in a room with the community moderator, which you won't need at that point, and put all the YouTube content creators that they like and certain people that they like, and just have them talking by themselves. And how many people are you gonna have in that room after? Maybe
yeah.
30?
Or just have like the YouTubers read off comments, like trusted YouTubers read off questions in the
Yeah.
live chat. So that way they're not looking at the live chat if there's like
Yeah.
trolls or whatever. There's 1,000 leafies that were troll. What? What?
Yeah.
Come on.
So I believe I got banned by staff as well. I think it was her that banned me. And the last thing I said in the Discord was that when the version 1.4.5 came out, I said that I was reading a lot of people complaining that the PS on the PlayStation Pro, their career modes were getting corrupted. They were losing all their creative boxers. And
Yeah.
I was on the Pro. So my last thing I said on the Discord was, well, I just tested it out on the regular PS5 and everything's fine. I have all my cabs, nothing wrong. Otherwise, I recommend everyone, just in case, upload your save to the cloud first before you do the update, just in case. You never know, you might be able to at least recall it from a backup. And that was the last thing I said. I got kicked. I didn't even make a comment like to say, okay, I didn't bully the devs, nothing. I'm talking about a technical issue because a release just came out.
Dude.
So
Wait,
that's
so
how
you were trying to solve a problem and they banned you for that?
exactly.
Yeah. That's that you're
Well,
doing.
yeah,
Dude.
I'm giving so that's like within 24 hours feedback you're getting from the community. So I don't see why they want to cover that up. You know what I mean? They say, okay, there's something wrong with the PS4 Pro.
PS5?
Sorry, PlayStation 5 Pro. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me on get some of these. Yeah. This is something I wrote. Rackzilla return and deceptive framing. Will Rackzilla Kensler reappears on Discord, but instead of transparency, he reframes past events. Calls ESBC builds videos. Y'all heard what he was saying. That it's like basically a video to
Yeah.
downplay that there were functional representations of Ash's original idea. Using it was before my time as a distance tactic to avoid accountability for game's drastic pivot. Worse, he appears to have sidelined Ash's vision and restarted with his own direction, a hybrid arcade boxing game that's no core fan asked for. The sim foundation Ash was building towards gone. What we have now feels closer to EA Fight Night than the NBA 2K of boxing that was promised. Now here go our talking points. What? No, why call a playable build a video unless you're trying to erase the context? What y'all think about that?
I think that was. I mean, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I think that was the clever tactic to try to get us to stop talking about ESBC and
Yeah,
try to make us think it was just like a CGI thing, like
yeah.
CGI type thing they were making, and not like the in-engine game.
What do you
What
think,
was the
AJ?
timing around when they released that alpha? 2021.
They were playing good. Them versions were playing. They had boxing mechanics in it. So what happened to those versions?
No, but I'm just saying that was 2021.
I think yeah, it was 2021.
Do you guys remember when they got the investors? When they got the first set of money from the investors? Was it 2003? There was an announcement when they got it with
Yeah,
London VP and some other group.
I
Yeah,
think they got that the year
I,
last year or the year before last, the beginning of last year or the year before last.
I
So,
think it was
my
like
question is, which? Sorry, go on.
I think it was like late 2022, early 2023 when they announced the Riyadh season partnership. Like there's like a contract they showed. It was like Riyadh season and SCI are gonna
Yeah,
come
but
to an agreement.
Riyadh season, their investment is different from what the actual investors are. It's three
Yeah.
investors. They're from the UK.
Oh,
Riyadh
okay.
season's more of a sponsorship deal, I would say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's like sponsorship trademarks.
they're promoting the game, and you can tell they don't really care about promoting the game because you see the promotions they did for the fights, how epic they looked, and
Yeah, I found
what
it.
we have now.
Yeah.
And I think they push Turkey out of the game. Like, we just gonna let you do the promotion and we'll handle everything else. Because Turkey would have put more money into it because he like literally thought he was gonna be a part of the game. And
Yeah.
I guess Ash broke his heart by saying, no, I got investors, they're from the UK. So Turkey said, all right, let me find me somebody that can make the game that I want.
Yeah. I
Well,
remember
I
seeing like
found the
a
article now. It was May 14th. May 14th, 2024 is when Forbes announced they got the 20 million in funding.
Yeah, from the three guys from the UK.
So so here's the thing now. Which version of Undisputed do you think they demoed when they went for that funding?
They demoed all of the ones in the beginning that we had. The
0.1,
one that got
0.
the $1 million views, the million views, and the two what's going because that was a real game. The
Yeah.
one that they showed, that was a real game. Will trying to say it's a video, and the way he trying to say it's a video without saying it's an actual game, because then that conflicts with what
Well,
he
that's
have today.
Yeah. And there were people that went to Will's house. Like like there was like a content creator event Will Kinsler put on at his own house due to like COVID-19 restrictions, and they were able to play ESBC. This was before they called it Undisputed.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right. I remember watching that video now.
yeah. And a lot of things, Beast, the way he expressed himself, but a lot of things he's saying is right. Will
Yeah.
didn't really have nothing to offer,
Mm-hmm.
so he tried to create his own game. Because
Yeah, he had to.
when he got there, boxers was there. They was helping with the game. They showed them in the studio. Everything we got video footage of, we saw in the beginning before
Yeah.
Will got there.
The game
Then
was
it was
ready to release.
what'd you say?
What year were they playing that version at Will's place?
I think that was the ESBC version. It wasn't like anything that was Undisputed
That's
0.1
20.
or 0.2. It
Yeah,
was before they called the game Undisputed. That's for
yeah.
sure.
What was it? 2021 or 22, something like that. The beginning. I can't remember. Dad, you making me do my homework when I thought I was doing my
Well,
homework.
I'm looking it up too. I'm just trying to see because here's the thing. It was renamed. ESBC was renamed in September 2022 to Undisputed, and then early access came on January 2023, right?
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
creators played before
And then the
that
money
time.
they got was in 2024. So like going back to my thing, I'm wondering if they presented this version of the game then, because they've all, you know what I mean?
There's no way you can get $5 million from the current version of the game. Like, no way. No way. They had to have shown like an old. I'm not being
Yeah.
disrespectful, but they had to show like they had to have shown like an old version of
Yeah,
like what they wanted.
they showed
Actually,
them the
no,
old
I
one.
agree with you. You know why? I agree with you. You know why? The one that was on Unreal Engine, you tell how the graphics look more polished too.
Yeah, they were a lot more realistic.
The texture, just the texture on the skin. You know what I mean?
And
Yeah,
they keep saying that wasn't Unreal Engine. Even aimbot, he's the coder. He keeps saying that's not Unreal Engine. And I'm like, the graphics don't look like no Unity. They
yeah,
look like Unreal Engine. You could tell
yeah.
the difference from that video that they show and the video they have now. You could tell the graphic wise that they're different.
There
Even
was
when they
I wonder, but I
go
wonder
ahead.
what would make like obviously okay. If we go on the narrative that Killzone he wanted his own, basically he wanted his own version in order to get paid, kind of thing, right? But
Yeah.
Mhm.
what would possess them to go and it's ready under Unreal Engine? Why couldn't they make a derivative of it based on the Unreal Engine? Like why go through the extreme to go and did they port it from Unreal to Unity? When you
See,
think
that's
about it,
I don't know. That's the thing. But this the kicker right here. They always keep codes of video games. They
Mhm.
always,
for sure,
and they
Yeah.
for
keep
sure.
saying that. And Will basically trying to tell us like we ignorant little children that it don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
What, somebody came in there and robbed y'all for it? What you mean it doesn't exist anymore?
Did he
He like
sell it to EA?
exactly. Is that what happened? Let me see.
That's what people were thinking when they changed it from ESPC to Undisputed. Like someone got rid of like the old source code or whatever. But I don't think they did that. And there was like an event in 2021. It was the Summer Games Fest in 2021. And it said like we're gonna show like 50 Unreal Engine games, and ESPC was one of them. So
Exactly.
it
So
was
you
like
can't
it was
deny
listed
that.
as Unreal Engine. And
Yeah,
I
you
asked
can't
Saf if
deny
she,
that because Saf was trying to deflect that. It was
yeah.
at the Unreal Engine show. Why would a
Mm-hmm.
Unity game be at an Unreal Engine show? It don't make no sense.
Yeah, it was for
It
sure
goes
Unreal
against
Engine.
it. So what
Yo,
I'm
I would
thinking
be
is,
so disappointed.
what'd you say?
I would be so disappointed if they took this version of the game and they basically if they take the Unity version and port it back into Unreal with all this bugs and exploits and shit. It's like you're it's like you already cooked the game, and now you're gonna really cook it now by
Yeah.
porting it over instead of programming it from scratch, or just
Yeah.
going with the freaking Unreal version to begin with. Like I'll be very surprised if if CSI is that stupid to do that.
Yeah, my
We'll
thing
see.
is, I think
We'll
they're gonna
see.
try to they're gonna trick us. They're gonna bring back that version. They already hiring the Unity guys and say, "Hey, we got the new version. See, it look like the old version." Yeah, because y'all had the source code already. I think
They're
they're gonna
gonna.
work for that.
That's why they're removing so much from Undisputed 1, so they have like selling points for Undisputed 2. Like, here's a new $70 game. It's a sequel and it has everything you wanted. Like,
Yeah,
bro, they're EA.
It's
They've
kind of
turned
like
into
it's
EA.
kind of like Android.
and I was told
Yeah,
by one of the
Android, but like
mods.
a lot of Samsung phones.
Yeah, one of the mods is trying to tell me that why would they do something like that? Because fans could sue them, like giving them the a game that was already made.
Oh, I think I gotta go. Sorry. I
You
think I
gotta
gotta
go.
go to the mall. Yeah,
All
just for
right,
soul shopping, but I'll be back.
all right,
Hopefully soon. All right. See you
all
guys
right.
later.
Talk to you later. All right, we'll hold it down
Yeah.
while you gone. All right,
All right.
so um, was the restart start designed to push out some mechanics in favor of arcade gameplay? What you think?
No. Hold on. Don't jump to that one. Go back to what you were talking about. Your before you jump to that, something you were saying about the.
Oh,
You were saying
why call a playable build a video unless you're trying to crash erase
no.
the
Before you
context?
jump to this chapter here, what we were talking about before, you were talking about the not the new chapter you're on. What were we just talking about?
Dad, I was going with the flow. I didn't even know what we was really talking about.
We were talking about we were getting into the law.
Getting into the what?
We're about to talk about the law, what's stopping what's stopping companies from releasing these unfinished
Oh
games.
yeah. What's I'm wondering, like, what do, like, as far as Ash, what do somebody on the team have over him that he can't even like really talk about, or we can't even talk about it? Did they buy into the game and now they silence him? What is the
I don't
law
get
like? What's the law like when you give somebody the game, but it's not what you promised? Like,
well, that's the thing. So
I know they wish they could really erase that version of the game, like off of YouTube and everything. It's too late. They erased the first one that looked like garbage, but they don't want to really, because they making money off
so
of that. Yeah, what you
so
say?
what so here's the thing. What undisputed, they're treading on the whole bait and switch.
Yeah,
It's a
exactly.
bit of a bait and switch, and that's deceptive. That's just deceptive marketing. And technically not marketing, but it's a deceptive practice they're doing.
Yeah,
That they showcased everything around this simulation type, which was the ESBC, and then and then boom, at the end they drop an arcade version of us, right? But here's the
yeah,
thing: the one thing that's protecting them, besides they're up in the UK, their UK base, you know, one thing that is protecting them is that what do you call it? This game wasn't they never start did they start it as a what do you call it, those indie groups when you raising monies for an indie game, what's
yeah.
it called? There's a name for it.
That I know
There's
exactly what you're
websites.
talking
There are these websites, and you have these indie game developers. They're getting crowdsourcing. It wasn't
about. Yeah,
was it did it
crowdsourcing.
ever start as a crowd? Did it ever was it ever at the point where it was an indie developer and was they were crowdsourcing? Because if they were crowdsourcing, the crowdsource would have basically what could kind of say a legal agreement in terms of, okay, everyone's donating to this game because they said they're going to give us this feature, that feature, that feature. Maybe this is going to be a future feature, right? If they were doing that, if they were doing this game as a crowdsourcing game, and then they dropped on us, and then they released what is this arcade version of it, they could be held liable for that. Because that's a bait and switch. That's like a perfect definition of bait and switch.
Yeah, that's he was smart enough not to do that. Yeah, he
Right.
was smart
So
enough
so
not to do that.
that kind of gets them away from that. But what it doesn't get them away from is lemon laws. So
Yeah.
now here's the thing. In terms of lemon laws, that every country has their own definition of what a lemon law is, right? But in North
Uh-huh.
America or in the United States, lemon laws are what? They're really designed around the purchase of cars and consumer goods. And the whole idea is to protect the consumer if that product or car fails to meet the standards of the quality or performance. And I can say one thing about Undisputed: if a game if the game was like going back to this whole Southpaw glitch, it was in the game since January 2023, and today is August the 10th, 2025, and they still haven't. And there's no priority. They're saying they're gonna fix it, but they've been saying that for every 3 months. They say they're gonna fix it. I think the next update is supposed to fix it, but how has it lasted this long? How did you get investments from it? How did you get investment funding from people with this freaking bug? And it's going on for 2 years, right? But there's
Yeah.
you see the thing is the problem with video games, there is no lemon laws for video games. So it allows companies like CSI to operate, and do what the hell they want to do. They could sit down there and they could go and mask up. They could go ahead and censor everything in the Discord so nobody knows about any of the bugs or problems, or they don't want nobody to know that this game is really based on ESPC. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
I don't think
that's a big issue, man, in terms of the video game industry heading towards lemon laws to protect the consumer from
consumers.
deceptive these.
Yeah. And my thing is it wasn't Ash, because if you talk to Ash, you'll be like, I know it's not him. It's not Ash, it's other people in there. And it was my bad for sending Raxzilla to Ash. I'm gonna keep saying that. It was
I
I'll call
disagree with that.
myself. What'd you say?
I disagree with the point where you're saying it's not Ash in general, right? The reason why I disagree, if that guy's the CEO and everything we're seeing, that's all fruit of the poison tree. And
Yeah, that's
there
true.
has to be some energy of that coming, and this is what's manifesting at the same time. I can't dismiss that.
Yeah. I gotta blame him and his brothers, because for one of his brothers more deeper into the gaming industry. He should have said something like, yo, Ash, what's going on? He liked it, the original idea. Now they selling the game off the original idea, the original video. And I keep telling them, if you add it up, I said 1 million views, over 1 million views, over 1 million sales. That tells you right there. It's not for the game that we have now, because a lot of players are leaving. Even the Discord, you can see the Discord is starting to thin out. It's like really thinning out. I went in there last
You know what's
night.
thinning out
It
too?
was no
The
movement.
Reddit forum.
Oh
The
yeah,
Reddit forum's thinning out too.
yeah,
Let's just say the last 7 days, all I'm seeing is people's complaints about everything we've been talking about, but also too less and less posts now.
yeah.
There's less and less traffic as since they dropped that update.
That's crazy. And they're not even ready, because some companies, well, even though I can't call them a small company now. They're like a double A at most, a double A company. They keep wanting to carry the
Right.
indie company logo. I mean, they want to have that say we're an indie company. They're not an indie company. You got over 70 developers on your team, even though all of them are not actually developers. But still, that's what your team is consisted of. And you got over $1 million in your account for your company. You got 2 studios. That ain't no indie company. No indie company got no 2 studios. And you can outsource. I'm like, what is they outsourcing? Because it's not nothing moving. What exactly are y'all
But yo,
outsourcing?
but going back to that video with 1 million views, that answers one of my questions. When they went into that investment meeting, what
Yup,
did they showcase?
that's what they showed.
Definitely, they had to
That's
showcase that
exactly.
1 million view to know that it was hot. You know what I mean?
Because that's what I would have did. If I got a million views or something, even if I get a million views now, I'm gonna show be like, look what I got. Now y'all gotta listen to me. I got a million views. That's exactly what they did. Look at what we got. That's how they got them investors.
But going back, what were you saying about Will Kisner? You were saying something about the roles. Going
Yeah,
back to the post that they made on what was that? That was a Discord post from Rackzilla.
yeah, he was yeah, what exactly you talking about with Ragzilla?
So basically, he posted on the Discord his different positions at
Oh
CSI. So he started
yeah.
as CSI. He was the communication director, right?
Yeah,
Then
yeah.
from there he moved on to what is here. It says at some point I think I appeared with the title gameplay director. How the fuck does he doesn't know what his fucking job title is?
Exactly.
Does that mean he doesn't know
Exactly.
how much money he gets paid? You know what I mean? What the fuck?
Yo,
You
that's
don't know your job
crazy.
title? Do you know how much money you get paid? Like, what kind of stupidness is this, man? Come on.
Yeah, that's
And
crazy.
then and then and so it says which didn't really make sense as we were still figuring out where I fit into things, but that probably didn't help it with the conspiracy stuff. Fuck you. Today,
Exactly.
my title is authenticity director.
That's not even real title. It's not even a real title. They got it
If he
now because
was
I
the
was looking.
if he was the authenticity director, where's the boxing the elements of boxing? Where's the
Exactly.
fucking boxing? Where's the boxing gameplay authenticity? Why would you
The
go
mechanic.
why would your vision go in the direction I want to make an arcade game? I want to make an arcade game that's a tribute game to Fight Night Champions when you had something that was different.
Yeah, exactly. That's crazy.
So he doesn't know what his job title is, but let's just say we give him a dual job title, right? He's the
Yeah,
gameplay director slash authenticity director. That's a lot of power.
yeah, exactly. Exactly.
That's a lot of power.
Him and the other guy, they got mad power. I got that on my script, but the other guy, he's a gameplay designer and director. He doesn't have no combat sports background or major gaming background. And he's a
I know.
author. He write all these books. Like, what time
Yeah.
do you have to make video games? Why did
Let
they
me
give him
find
that
this.
role?
His name is Darby
Yeah, you
something.
can
One
say it.
second
I
here.
didn't. I wasn't saying it. You can say it. I would like when I wrote because I got a segment in my script about him, but I left his name out.
I'm trying to remember. I'm just trying to figure out. I'm trying to remember. Jason Darby. That's his name.
Yeah,
He is the secret. What's his name? Let me just pull this up. One sec. Give me a sec. I saw the book, but it was good stuff too. He had good stuff. Good stuff in terms of gaming, but not in terms of like the genre that we're looking for. You know what I mean?
yeah, exactly.
Right, here we go. Jason Darby, head of design at Steel City Interactive,
He got
and
a
then he
two
has a.
title.
And then he,
He got two
you're right.
titles.
What's his next title?
Is gameplay director.
He's gameplay director. So here's the thing now. Here's the thing. If Will Kilsner is saying he's not the gameplay director, but technically this guy is. I find it funny how the first I heard all this stuff is because of JMMA. He was the
Yeah,
one who came out video, and then he showed the Discord thing, right? But I noticed nobody wants to drop this guy's name, Jason Darby.
yeah,
Nobody talks about him.
yeah. Because they
You
probably
know.
get banned for that. Because they say don't put no developer out there like that, especially their real
Well,
name.
here's the thing. But we should be able to say the real name because they use their real name. They're selling books under their real name. So
Yeah,
it's not
exactly.
we're not doing anything. I mean, it's not like we're not trying to dox the person kind of thing, right? It's
Yeah,
the person is an author and they're Jason Darby and this is based on his public facing information, right? But
Yeah.
here's some of the books he wrote. One of the books he wrote was Creating Adventure Video Games. Creating Adventure Video Games. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not bad. Next book. Where is it here? Making Amazing Games. But yeah, creating a. I thought he had another book. Creating Adventure Video Games.
He got a couple of books, but some of them not even video game books.
But anyways, this book that he creating adventure video games, to me it aligns with the career mode in terms of having that RPG aspect of the career mode.
That's Ash's mindset. That's what Ash wanted the RPG, and it's
Well,
like
that's what I'm saying. This is what to me this is what this guy should be doing. But even
yeah,
look at how in depth is the RPG is really the RPG game or the career mode in Undisputed.
yeah, it's very limited. It looked it on like on face value, you would have thought it would have been deep, but it's really not. It's like they just stopped. They told us literally stop talking about it. They said we're not worried about the career mode right now. What
But I
are
can
y'all
see the
worried about?
connection.
What'd you say?
But I can see the connect. I can see the connection to the career mode based on
Yeah,
that.
yeah. But
I
he only
think
been there
I
like a
think that
year. I think a year and a half or a year and a little longer. So the career mode was the game was out already. I think by the time he like literally put his hands on the game.
I don't know why, but when I go to his website now, I feel like there's a book that's missing because when I tweeted this guy back in August the 5th, I told him that based on your choice of gaming, you don't really play any of the sim sports out there. You're more of a Middle Earth or turn-based strategy gamer. And that's based on what I was seeing those books. But but right now it's for some reason, and I might be wrong, but the books I'm seeing is just creating adventure video games. But I'm trying to remember where did I see the part about the RPG? Because I'm pretty sure I saw it somewhere.
Could be because they doing a lot of cover ups. That's crazy. They doing cover ups in a doggone video game. That makes no sense whatsoever. Like they doing too much. They like avoiding us helping them. We literally trying to help them make a better game, a better experience. And there's a lot of people that I thought was like we was on the same page. We're not on the same page. No disrespect to boxing fanatical, but he keep defending this game. I'm like, why are you defending this game? It's like he's like nobody. We don't need a realistic boxing game. I'm like, yo, that ain't what you were saying before. Even Showbiz the adult, he was saying we don't need a realistic boxing game. I literally taught the Showbiz adult when he was making that other game that never came out, and I was helping with the game that never came out, round for round, and his was Hard Knocks Night. I literally tell him we both wanted the realistic boxing game, and he's like, "Yeah, me too." Now all of a sudden, it's like Showbiz like to get that group to follow him and like what he say, like the casuals. He got that mindset. If I could get the casual fans following me, I got to say what they want, and that's bad because like I was saying, if you make a realistic boxing game, it could change a casual fan into a hardcore fan. And I remember I heard Ash say that before, and I was like, wow, he took my saying, and they never give me no credit for anything. That's another thing I wanted to talk about. We got Kronk Jim gonna be in the game. Who talk to get that? Me. Ringside. I was talking about that before even Turkey bought it. I was talking about all these different things to be in the game, and I was, pitching them to Ash, and nobody never gave me. All I wanted was a T-shirt. But at this point, keep your T-shirt. He even promised me, he like literally promised me, and he said, "I'm a man of my word. I'ma scan you into the game." That ain't happened. and I know that's not gonna happen. I'm all right with that. And the reason why
Yes.
I'm talking, the way I'm talking, I'm gonna keep talking. I don't. A person they can't buy me off. EA tried it. EA took me on to see Mike Tyson in person. I did the I was there at his show, seeing all these boxes, all these stars. That was nice, but that doesn't bother me. Stuff like that don't bother me. And they had let me go to their studio in Canada. I was there. They was talking to me, giving me a show around and everything. They were showing me more stuff than they were showing the other people that was there. And they're like, because they was trying to groom me to be a developer or have a higher position than what I had. But my thing is, I can't stick to the code if I don't like something. You can't pull me in. But now I think about it, I should have faked it until I got into the industry, and I could change things around. But it's me being me. I can't, stay on that lion stuff. Yeah. So yeah,
Paul, can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Here, I'm gonna reflash my screen here. For some reason, the video inside of it, you're not moving, but your YouTube is fine. But the video inside of this room, I'm not seeing you moving anymore. One sec.
Yeah, it's probably because I got YouTube. It's like I'm a stop. I stop, move, and then I move. Long as it still catch my voice. Like if it still catch my voice, I'm good.
No, it's good. It's good. Everything's good now.
Uh,
So, so just going on that thread, man. Last time I was on your show, I remember you were talking about that. At the time, I mistakenly thought it was a branding. 'Cause I was thinking about developing relationships, right? So I was
yeah,
calling it a brand specialist. But when I thought about it afterwards, what it is it's a sports consultant. That's a role in a company. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And the thing is, who are the sports consultants right now?
I don't think they got any in there. And I heard Jay Shep keep saying him and what's his name? Seth. I forget his name, and I hate butchering his name. But the community managers, Seth, what it was, CB, or so he's saying they're boxers, but I'm like, when I talk to Jay Shep, no hate on you. I'm not really hating on you or nothing. I gotta tell the truth. I don't care how people feel. If it hurt your feelings, it hurt your feelings. I gotta be truthful because I know in the group that I got on Twitter, I have a group like it's probably like 10 people in there. And every time boxing matches come on, I never see Jay Shep in the conversations. I never
You
see
mean
Jay
real
Shep.
boxing fights?
Yeah, no real
Yeah.
boxing fight conversations. He never really jump into the boxing conversations unless it's
Well,
like a what'd you say?
he's more. I guess he's more on the What do you call them? They're not. He's like they want to call themselves developers, right? He can't be a sports consultant. That's one thing for sure.
That's I guess that's what he calls himself. Because every time I talk about the boxing not being in the studio, he keeps saying, "Well, you got me and I keep forgetting his name. You got me and
You're
him
saying the
and
guy
with
named
what?
I know it is. It's a new guy. It's a new boxer that added within the last 45 days. I don't know if his name is Sibi, but I remember the
Yeah,
guy.
CB. Yeah,
Um,
CB.
so now
They
here's the
got
thing.
him and Jay Shep. They
I
keep
don't
saying that
I
we're box.
I don't believe that guy Sibi, if we're saying the right name, I
Yeah,
don't believe that he was brought in to be a boxing sports consultant or just a a consultant in general. His
that's
role
right.
really is to come in as a what do you call it?
Community
Gaming
man.
analyst, a boxing gaming analyst. So
Yeah,
that's the only logical reason I can see why they brought him in. So he should be sitting there sifting through the Discord, looking at the messages, and somehow communicating with the programmers. You know what I mean? To give them the inputs they need or the
yeah,
information in order to get the nuances of boxing. But So you need a sports a sports gaming analyst to do that. But at the same time, also the boxing consultants help with that as well. So that's two things, and
Exactly.
I don't and guarantee that the JF Shep, he can't do that. He can't do that. He doesn't. I don't believe he has the background on it. And Sibi, I don't know if he's somebody who plays video games. Like
That's true
you know
too.
what? The funniest thing, everyone always says conspiracy man and everything, but that sports gaming analysis, his friggin' channel is exactly exactly the name of the title that Undisputed is missing in their game.
Yeah,
In order for it to resemble order for it to get that box and authenticity.
exactly. Yeah, it's like they
But
like
yeah,
really
man.
pushing that out. Like it's the craziest thing when they hire all these people that don't have the experience. And I think that's a deflection or excuse because it might not even be that. It's just that they're slowing down what they want to do. Because when you ask stuff like that, why you put that out there? Why would a company put out that we hired people that's inexperienced? That's not professional to me. It
Yeah.
looks bad on you. All
That's
that
like you
is,
say, hey, you know what that's like? That's like saying, hey guys, we got some co-op students here. Don't be nice to them. You know what I mean?
yeah. So I think that's a deflection.
It,
They
it,
just,
it, it, is CSI program with co-op students?
yeah, that makes no sense. All right, let me read some
what's
more of
the,
these
what's
prompts.
the,
What no, what you was about to say?
no, but I'm just saying it's sad to see how a company like CSI treats people who are they don't treat them with the proper respect and value, especially to get a game off to get the game off and running. They couldn't do that. They could not do it if they were to do it with no sport any kind of sports consultants. The game would be even more shitty.
Facts. Was the restart designed to push out some mechanics in favor of arcade gameplay? How much of the current product is Raxillavision, not Ash? What did communication? Why did communication shift from hype to corporate? To a corporate spin. What you think?
What
Or
was the
did we
last
talk
question?
about that? Why
What was the
did
last?
why did communication shift from hype to corporate spin? To a corporate spin. That's what they're doing now.
Well,
Everything is like
I
a
keep, well,
corporate.
I keep on beating this dead horse, but one of them is that Southpaw glitch, man. They can't if they can't if it's been in the game since 2023 and they can't fix it, they have to then that's what they do. They got to pretend it doesn't exist.
Yeah. It's a
I'm
lot of
surprised.
things.
Hey, I'm surprised they haven't deleted any of the ESBC footage off the internet yet. It's almost
Yeah.
like the person who it's almost like they can't get access to their account to delete it.
Nah, what it is, they're making money off of that. You get
Oh
money.
yeah. You're right.
That's
Has
why they
million
ain't
views. Yeah,
deleting.
yeah, yeah. They get
They
revenue.
yeah, they
Yeah. That's
wanted
right.
to, but I would think that hey, bump it. We just take that bullet and nah, we just delete it. Cause that's what fans gonna always hold them up to, no matter what they say or try to convince us. That's crazy. Let me see. I got segment 2. Downplaying boxing credentials. Moderators and community managers downplay or dismiss my boxing background and accolades. We have boxing fans on the team gets us a PR cover. No, get used as a PR cover. But having fans isn't the same as having seasoned boxers influence gameplay. I have I have decades of involvement, fought amateur and pro, and spoken with countless developers. This isn't ego, it's about removing qualified voices from the room. Yeah, it's like they're moving the qualified voices from the room. When people talk about certain things, they don't. It's like they don't want them. Like when they push the boxers out. Um, let me do it. Go to talking prompts. Just what we're gonna talk about. Why dismiss actual boxing expertise while elevating those with little to no combat sports dev background? Why did real boxing credentials stop mattering for a boxing game? Is SEI intentionally avoiding voices that might challenge their direction? What you think?
Well, yes, but also too, I think they're avoiding having to pay people. They don't want to pay. They don't want to pay people for the. Okay, going back to the whole thing as a sports consultant, right?
Yes.
Let's just say in the beginning you'll need about, let's just say maybe you have two or three sports consultants, right?
Yeah.
At a certain point, once you have extracted all that, as much as the knowledge from that person's head in terms of try to put it in the game, eventually, okay, the contract will end, right? But the thing
Yeah.
is, and maybe one will stay on as they need a little bit more information, right? But the thing is, to me again, it sounds like they didn't want to pay. They didn't want to pay. They got the information for free, but they didn't want to pay for it because some of the things, going back to it again, I'm just like okay, going back to the whole sports consulting. There's the what's it called? God, I was looking at the business development side of it, right?
Yeah.
And that goes back to just getting those contacts, getting them in contact with all the different possible sponsors, the different kind of boxers. That's all part of it, man. But they don't want to pay. They're not paying people for that. You know,
Yeah. But my thing is,
was it
if
a cost saving measure? I think it's a lack of integrity.
yeah, I think they if you look at the salary these guys get paid, you'll be like, no wonder nobody want to leave. They overpaying these guys. I looked up their how much they getting paid. I'm like, yo, you could have got two or three people. They always going on vacations. That right there to me is a red flag. You just started with a company and you going on 1 or 2 week vacations, and throughout the development, eh, you're going on vacation. EA never did that. I knew that for a fact because I used to always talk to developers. Their thing was, we got to make sure we get this game out first, then we take our vacations and stuff, unless there's emergencies. These they don't care about the game because they're not connected. They're not trying to connect themselves with it. It's crazy. It's like they getting vacation, paid this, paid that. I'm like, yo, they killing Ash Pockets. That's why we keep telling people the million copies that they sold, all the people Ash paying back, and the developers, that disappears quick. Now he got two studios too. That disappears real quick. Now the DLC is what's really helping the studio. And you can't sell DLC if it's not what it's supposed to be. So that's not going to sell. What you think?
I hope that I hope that the message gets out loud and clear that when dealing with Steel City Interactive, that people get paid. I hope people are listening, man, to know that this is what they do. They speak to you. They get all your information, but they don't consider you as part of the team. They
Yeah,
don't consider, or they're pretending the information that's been given has no value. That, oh, okay, well, anyone could get it. I could do some internet research and I'll be able to get that. I'll be able to extract that same information than somebody who's actually who's worked in the field.
yeah, that's exactly what they be doing. That's a deflection
You know what I
tactic
mean?
too. Yeah, they do that in
But it's,
Discord a lot.
but it tells you too the how nasty from just from the top of the top at the very very top what's going on.
Yeah,
I hope that doesn't happen when Dimps is developing that game with Turkey there, man. I hope everybody. I hope they're. I've been sending them out tweets as well, man. I hope they're listening. I hope they know who the voice is, who knows how to play these games, who knows how to, who knows their boxing, whatever kind of thing, right? And bring those
yeah,
into and bring those aspects into the design of the game.
Yeah, because I think they're gonna really, yeah, you live in the hood, boy, everything magnified. But yeah, it's a lot of things that I think Turkey gonna get right, and I think he gonna his competitive side. It's gonna, even though I'm helping Nash, I'm gonna show him that he needed me with his game. What you think?
But well, going back, the reason it was, but I think you had mentioned it was Will. Will was the one who started saying don't. He was cutting everybody off.
Yeah, it's like he started saying we don't need this person. We don't need, because it sounds like EA stuff. And the only thing about with EA, they had boxers there sometimes because they had Sugar Ray Leonard, they had Winky Wright, and they had Lennox Lewis. That's why
Yeah,
Lennox Lewis is a heavy advocate for EA because they pay so well.
but he had those boxes as what was really their more as a gaming analyst or coming more on the side of the sports consultant.
Yeah, that's a good, because I didn't really
Or
see a
really,
lot.
or just basically they just want them to sponsor the game. That could
Yeah, I
be it as
think
well.
that's what it is. Just we visually see them and stuff like that. It helps sell the
And that,
game.
like that's the vibe I get from Sean Porter in terms of Undisputed.
Yeah, I think Sean Porter really wanted the game to do, but somebody made him fall back. He literally fell back because he was like, "I'm gonna get this game on going right," and you see, he's silent now.
Yeah, I
'Cause
haven't seen nothing. I saw when they did their spin-off podcast episode after, and the reason why they did it is because he said that he was being censored. There was somebody in the room when they were doing that roadmap video, and
yeah,
he couldn't say what he want. I remember he said that, and then
yup,
they came out with that spin-off episode that kind of. But even the spin-off episode it didn't really bring more to the table.
yeah. It showed that somebody was silencing him, and I was saying that I knew something because he was like, "Yeah, somebody was in the room telling Ash he can't say this and can't say that." My thing is, man, this is my game. Shut up. That's what I would have said. But Ash not taking control of his game. He depending on, see, when I introduced Will to Ash, I didn't like literally, but I gave him the emails so they could like talk to each other. And I was telling Ash that Will, I told him that
What
Will
made you
was,
choose Will? What made you
because
choose
he had a
Will?
background. Because Ash, they was like struggling. And I felt like, Dad, and my thing is, why did I pick Will instead of Brizzo, Brian Hayes?
Who's Brizzo?
He's like with all the fight nights and stuff. The ball headed guy, he's a ball headed short guy. He did the MMA games. He kept asking EA, could we make another game? And I guess he got frustrated because he wanted to make another boxing game. And this thing was, we gotta really hit the ball on the head with this, because when he was talking to me, he's saying the story mode was going to be in part two because they already had a blueprint of what the story, Fight Night Champion 2 was going to be. He had it so that you could create a character and you could go through the story with it. That's how he was going to have it. And they was going to put more boxing mechanics in it. So EA felt, I guess they felt like that's going to be a conflict of the UFC game, because they always felt that they were conflict with each other, because even though they were going to like the UFC was going to come out, then the boxing game was going to come out. But you got to look at it this way: they're going to keep dropping DLC, and that's going to go into them when they release the boxing game. So they was going to lose money, and they knew the boxing fans. It was a bigger, even though they keep saying it's a bigger MMA fan base, which is not true. It was a bigger boxing fan base because a lot of people, you gotta look at this is what I keep telling people, they keep thinking young kids play video games only. And then you gotta realize they're older fans that play boxing games. And they love the sport. So that's what they weren't counting on. So as I said, we're gonna keep pushing certain things for teenagers and below. They weren't thinking about the adults, and that's crazy. Yeah,
I'm just kind
so
of thinking again. I'm just kind of thinking again. This whole jump to this whole thing where they had to how they had to build the game from scratch when they had something already. That
exactly, that says a lot right there. When you had to build it from a scratch, that means you were taking Will idea over your own idea. That's what it seemed like. It's like no one.
and also to I guess the reprogramming on a I'm gonna say an inferior gaming engine.
Yeah,
Like what is it? Was it a licensing issue? Was it the cost of the license or something? That's why they couldn't do that on Unreal. I don't know.
that's when transparency should come out. They would have had more respect from the fans by saying that. But no, they keep saying
Well,
no.
hey,
It was always in
tr-
Unity.
transparency. There's an art to transparency,
Yeah, it
and
is
obviously, who is the what's the role again? Community what? What's those two
manager.
roles?
Manager.
Community manager. I ain't saying you have to go to school for it, but I think you have to have been studying that as a subject matter expert. You know what I mean? Like,
It's just
because there's no
experience.
art.
Yeah,
The
it's just
only art
experience.
to the only art to transparency with the community manager right now is how to hit that ban button. That's it.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
That's all I know. A lot of this too. Hey, can you imagine if they had a proper community manager who knew how to kind of sometimes 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 you have to know that people are correct, but you have to know how to kind of I'm gonna say sugarcoat them, or if somebody or some other people know this term, you have to know how to mama guide them. You know what I mean? Just kind of sweeten them up,
Yeah,
just to make them feel, well, yeah, I know you're right, but this is the best we could do that. They don't know how to do that. They're stupid.
yeah. That was my job. That's why everybody on the EA forums loved me because I knew how. Like even you had the jokers that like over the top and they like they're like causing trouble. I talk to them behind the scenes. I'd be like, yo, come on, man. Don't get yourself banned. It's not even worth it. Just give feedback and stuff. If you frustrated, just say it in a way that developers will, take your input. And they love me. I think like one or two people they just super hard that had the ban. But other than that, I
Hey,
knew how to be a community manager. But I don't want that job for Steel City because the game is not what I signed up for. And all I'm gonna be
yeah,
doing is
like look,
protecting them.
if Undisputed had a proper community manager, I wouldn't have been uploading all those videos. They just triggered something in me. You know what I mean? That's what they're doing. They don't realize they're triggering people. They're triggering their consumer base
Yup,
to go against them because they think they're smarter. They think they're smarter. You know, I don't know if
facts.
they're playing Big Brother or what the hell they're doing, but it doesn't work. Look at that guy. Look at the community manager before. What's his name? Steve.
Yeah,
Far as I don't think it's a conspiracy, man. That guy, from what I read, he moved to the UK. He didn't have a place to stay. They fired his ass in 6 weeks, man. As far as I'm concerned, yeah, he is homeless. And who took his job? The new community manager's staff.
yup, yup.
That's how they roll, man. They connect the dots. They don't
Yeah,
want to pay. They don't want to pay. They don't think there's no value in sports consulting. They
yup.
drop
And,
people in 6 weeks.
and
They put
Steve
they put
was
fans in
moving
position. Oh,
fast.
bullshit.
Yeah, and Steve was moving fast. He was making things get done. And I'm like, yo, they ain't even give him like even in a job, they give you a warning or tell you something. They just got rid of him. That right there shows you. it's crazy. It's crazy.
He hasn't even spoken, man. When you think about it, there's
Yeah, I talked to
besides
him.
that odd post.
Yeah, I talked to him in a LinkedIn. He told me some stuff, but he said, "Don't, I trust you,
It's all
Poe.
in.
Don't tell nobody." So I'm not gonna tell nobody. He just said when he get
Right.
ready. He said when he get ready, he gonna tell his story.
All
He said,
right. Well, there you go.
yeah. He said right now I guess it's like he in his feelings, so he don't really want to talk too much about it. Yeah, I'm like, Dad. And they keep saying like whoever so-called replaced him because I think they got Jay Shep and Seth to replace him, but they're not really doing what Steve doing. Even though Jay said he's going through the feedback and all that, it's stuff that Steve said that made sense and it made you feel more better about what was going on.
Yeah, because he was giving more technical answers. He seemed like
And
he
he
came
was
from a technical background.
yeah, and he was more honest about certain things.
Do you know what his background was?
Yeah, with the F1 games and all that.
So he's coming from not a marketing, but he's coming from like a technical background, really.
Yeah. Yeah, because
Well,
I was
this kind of
what'd you say?
just kind of segue into that. Just kind of segue into that. The whole thing about the kind of responses you get from these community managers. For example, the ongoing questions of desync. Everybody's always asking about desync. The last I saw staff put a message at when they asked her about something about desync again. She put a message saying that she's looking into it. She doesn't want to give an answer about it. But I'll tell you what the answer is right now. The answer at desync is they made the game with no central server. Without no central server, I don't even think they could program. You know how in a lot of video games you could program it where I only want to play people from a certain region. That would reduce a lot of the
Yeah.
desync we have. But they're using this peer-to-peer protocol, and I don't think they can do it without the use of a central server system to control, in order to control it. I
Yeah.
haven't heard one person say yet, because everyone's talking about it, but no one's saying if there's a technical limitation with using the peer-to-peer protocol. I think there is. They need a centralized server, and they don't. And she's not going to say it. The centralized server also too would lead into having a predictive server. If they were using a predictive server, it would be able to better it'll be able to better stabilize the game in terms of recall. All that's lacking right now. I don't know if Unity is capable of having these kind of servers, or that's something. Well, I know for sure they could do it with Unreal Engine, but that's it. They can't. I don't think they could do anything from this set. I only want to fight people from a region. I only want to fight people that's a certain rank. I want to fight people that's a certain rating. They can't do it without that central server, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Like look how
No.
look how look how you know what's killing this. You know what's killing the game too. The fact that we can't really play with. We don't have no cabs. You can't play creative boxes online. So we have to play with the stock characters. But the thing is, everybody wants to win. So everyone's trying to use the highest rated stock characters, or they're trying to find a stock character that they can glitch with. It becomes boring. It's
Yeah.
same. It's always the same guys fighting. Can you imagine if we had the ability to say, okay, I want to box with a guy that's 84, therefore I'm going to put a restriction. I don't want to fight anybody. I only want to fight people 84 and under. You know what I mean? We'll have all kind of different fights, man, different kind of plays, but you can't even do that because they didn't. They didn't. For a game that had 1 million views and they got all that money, you think that they would have predicted that this game was going to sell. The way they treat this game is as if they thought they were going to sell maybe 100,000 copies and call it a day.
Um, yeah. That they saying they can't hear me on YouTube. Yeah, so I'm gonna have
right
to.
now.
Yeah, they said no
Let me see.
audio here, but I don't know how to fix the audio. I can see the dots moving, but it's like real low. I don't know how to turn this up anymore. That's
No,
crazy.
I can I can hear the audio on YouTube right now. Your live stream on the YouTube, I can hear your audio, but I
Oh,
don't
you
think
can
they
hear?
can't hear me. They can't. The only person they can't hear is me, which was the same case when you live cast on YouTube last time as well for episode 14. I don't come out on it, but when you uploaded the final version of it, those ones you can hear my audio feed.
Mm. One of my
They're
old friends.
probably they're
What'd
they're
you say?
probably saying they can't hear. They're probably telling you they can't hear the person you're having a conversation with. That's the thing. I can't hear my voice.
Yeah, they
Only your voice.
yeah they can hear me, but I don't think they can hear
Yeah,
the
they can hear you.
message. Me.
What about your TikTok or the other place you're broadcasting?
Yeah, he's saying we can hear you on YouTube, but we can't hear your guests.
Yeah, that was the same. That was the same case last time. But
Yeah,
but the
so
thing is, but the thing is, the final copy of it has everybody's voice for some
yeah,
reason. That's how I was able
yeah,
to, because remember when I was chopping it up, I had everyone's voice on it.
yeah, that's
So I don't
weird.
know. I'm not sure what happened. Like when you did episode 14, was it the same streamcast that you left, or did you re-upload afterwards?
I did re-upload it because I was
Okay.
trying because I could cut. You could I got this app that you could cut the verbal out the words out of the thing, and you could add it in on
Okay.
something else. So I was trying to line it up to the YouTube video. Um yeah, one of my friends he asked me, he said, do me a solid, ask Steve why they removed Morrison's signature hooks. Steve don't work there no more. Country boy Steve don't work there no more. They fired him. Yeah, they got rid of him. So I gotta ask somebody else. Actually I did ask them, and they ignored the question because I'm huge on. Yeah, Steve, he not really talking because I talked to him on LinkedIn. He's not really talking to anybody. He's trying to get him another job since he got fired. All right, let me try to get through these questions. Um,
Hold on one sec. I just want to see if I can find some about no audio on YouTube for your talk show. No YouTube audio. Let me see if I can find something quick for you. Yeah,
you know,
no, it should, but it should sync properly. It's all supposed to be integrated.
that's what I because it was saying that I could do both of them at the same time. So I'm wondering,
Oh, you think you think so on the what's the other place you're broadcasting to?
what'd you
Twitter?
say?
What's the other platform you're broadcasting to?
I'm just broadcasting both of them off of my on PC.
Oh, so it's okay. It's a talk show, and then you're pushing it off to YouTube.
No, I'm just talking both of them at the same time. I don't know how it's syncing up because it's saying that I can.
Yeah, yeah. So that's weird. I wonder why it's yeah. All that stuff should be integrated.
Uh, I don't know. I'll figure it out later. Um,
Also, too, you'll notice that on the YouTube stream, it doesn't even push like oh you have the virtual background that's not coming through on YouTube stream either.
yeah, just got my regular background there in my room.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so it's not even doing that.
yeah,
And I think that was the same. Yeah, and that was the same case when you did episode 14. I remember that as well.
yeah. I was saying to myself, I say, how we skip from I remember because I did a quick show last week because nobody really showed up, so I did a quick show. So that's why we where we at now. Um,
The version you're using, is it a paid? You have a paid license?
no,
So I'm wondering if there's a limitation then because of the license.
I don't know. Because I got I should have downloaded was it OBS or something like that, but I still don't know how to use that. I don't want to get that download that because that will take up a lot of space, and then I don't know exactly what I'm doing because I had it before.
No, OBS is small. OBS is small. The only thing with OBS, if you're not technical, you're gonna get catch. And the other thing
Yeah,
with OBS, to get your guests in, you have to use something called OBS Ninja, and it's kind of not sketchy, but it's a hit or miss sometimes because it's for free.
yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, let me stop
Yeah,
giving him. Let's stop giving them empty space because they're like, what are they talking about? All right, experience hires. We was talking about that, but I didn't like really go more into depth with it. SEI is stacking the team with unexperienced developers over proven talent. Is this to save money or to avoid pushback on design choices? Remember, I said that the result is inconsistent systems, half finished mechanics, and questionable decisions. The talking prompts. Who's doing the hiring? And why prioritize inexperience? Exactly. How many on the team have zero boxing or sports sim history? Is this about control rather than quality? See, exactly. What you what you say? It literally goes with what we was talking about.
right. It comes well, yeah, there's a quality issue. Well, there's two kind of quality. There's this the quality in terms of programming, right? But then what we're not talking about quality. I think it's the authenticity of the boxing authenticity, right? And
Yeah,
I think one of the biggest things we're seeing right now is that there's two kind of authenticity. Is the authenticity in terms of trademarks, logos, likenesses, right?
yeah,
There's that part of the game, but that's all. But that's I don't want to say smoke screens, but that's part of the presentation. That's it gives you a certain aspect. Okay, it feels like we're playing. It's the same idea. If I want to play a baseball game, I want the MLB license. I want the MLB logos. I want everything. If I'm playing a football game, I want that experience, right?
yeah,
But the thing is, are we going to sacrifice that and I'll give you gameplay that's not authentic?
yeah. It's
Like
crazy.
what
It's
can we
crazy.
what can we say as authentic right now about the gameplay? Like one of the biggest issues right now we're hearing people complaining about for a while now is that the body jab, where you could slide across the screen. You're leaping into the body jab. Is that
And
authentic? As you as a boxer seeing that, like how often you see somebody like to me that's the person's what's the saying? Oh, not the saying, but they are telegraphing their punches.
yeah,
Eventually, if you keep on
I can
telegraphing
say
your
something
punches, you're
about
gonna get knocked out.
yeah, I can say that's the thing what I keep telling people. That's why I say boxers should be in the studios. Because you got all these casual people making up their own things, not as a boxing fan. And my thing is, it's people like Floyd Mayweather. He had jabbed you to the stomach 3 or 4 times. It's up to you to stop him. But we don't have the mechanics. We don't have the proper mechanics or the proper defense. If he jab you to the stomach, because usually when somebody blocking themselves, they blocking their head, their stomach's still open. So that's what Floyd gonna jab you to the stomach. And Floyd, I seen him jab somebody to the stomach like 2 or 3 times. And that's your stupidity for letting him keep doing it. I'd have hit that joke with a right hand down, throw a right hand down, hit him with a short hook or uppercut. Most people say uppercut, but the game is not set up for you to, you know, you know, counter these gameplay mechanics that they added. Like people keep saying, "Oh, he keeps sliding across the ring." The sliding part, I don't know. I see about one or two people that I've seen in my life actually slide into a body uppercut. I mean body jab. But
Yeah,
you know,
but they don't throw four in a row.
now the four in a
It's
row,
impossible.
yeah,
You played for
four in a
yo.
row.
What's going
You
on
got to
right now? People are
reset.
guys they're throwing three, four in a row. It's almost like they're playing for, like they're a frog. It's like
Yeah,
Frogger, man. This guy's jumping. Like, what the hell's going on?
yeah. That's when a reset it should set up for them to reset because you throwing that many punches. Even though each jab should be a reset, it should be a slight delay, a slight, depending on the boxer. Because some boxers have quicker jabs than others. But at that position that you throw in a body jab, it should be a little longer.
And you know you know what else it kind of highlights that if somebody's able to kind of do this leaping jab over and over, and you punch them, how come the game is not taking into consideration? I guess the science of momentum, forward momentum.
Yeah.
If
And
you
it
if
seemed
you
like
if
they
you fucking
had
run it
that. Didn't they
if
have
you
that
run
in
into
the
a punch, I don't think it ever had it in the game, man. I've been playing it for a while now, man. I don't it doesn't take in consideration like if you do that leaping body jab and somebody comes with an over the top hook and clocks you, man, you're gonna get knocked the fuck out. Or
Yeah.
something's gonna happen. You can't be running face first into a punch and there's no consequences. The only consequences we're seeing right now is with that new one punch knockout system, but the consequences is tied to your stamina. It's only
Yeah.
it's not taking momentum. It's taking, oh well, you have 30%, you only have 30% stamina, so now anything can happen, right? But that has nothing to do with momentum of a punch.
Yeah, that's the arcade factor in it. And when they did
Yeah,
the physics based blocking, that right there tell you where they was going at with the game. You
you mean
literally
that they
took
reduced
away
it?
physics based.
Yeah.
That's crazy. They took it out the game. And you this far in the game development and you're gonna take physics based blocking out the game. That's crazy. Oh yeah, now we're gonna talk about old boy, the the head of game design, game director problem. The head of design, design game director has no sports or combat gaming history. His track record is in writing books, but book writing doesn't deliver the realism boxing fans want. Leadership without domain expertise risks design decisions disconnect from the sport. The talking prompts. Why is the top creative role filled by someone without the relative background? Does book writing experience translate into boxing sim design? How can fans trust the version without proving combat sports game leadership? I said version vision.
Well, going back to that whole what's his name? Jason Darby, the game designer now, right?
Yeah,
Technically, he's not the gameplay director, but I would say I have to see what he's saying. But if I just quote the title from his book, which is Creating Adventure Video Games, basically what it's going to teach you, besides the history of action event, not action, the principles of adventure game creation, but you're also going to do what is here creating adventure video games will also teach you how to make text and graphic adventures, point and click graphic adventure games, and the hugely popular hidden object adventure games. Whether you experience like this sounds more like the design. This sounds like more like the menu design of the screen, perhaps. How you move back and forth out of each mode.
and the
based on the book this guy wrote.
yeah, and the UI look garbage. It look trash. Like this is supposed to be a modern game, and your UI is looking like that. I'm like, come on now. The screen should be
It
totally
is
different.
the UI. It's basic and it has there's no animation, there's no pizzazz, nothing behind it.
Exactly.
It's just a frame.
I'm
It
like,
works.
yeah, but you want to, because especially Casper and stuff like that catch their attention. Because with 2K, when I first became a fan of 2K, with their presentation, what caught me, and that's what they always got the best presentation award. I think they had it for like 3 or 4 years in a row. So the presentation catch your attention and make you want to buy the game, make you
Hey, you
want
know
to
what
play
just
the
clicked in
game.
my head? You know what just clicked in my head? How come we've never that whole Discord message from Rockzilla, Will Kinsler? How come we never heard him once say that everything that they're doing is coming from above? We're following the lead of the CEO. Nothing.
Yeah, exactly. You picked that out too. He trying to push it on everybody, but when he say collaborate, that means because that's what a what's called will usually say in a business. He collaborating with the people
The
below him.
different teams.
Yeah.
But he's
So
acting
that
to
means
me. Hey, I said this before. To me, he said he doesn't want to say he's the gameplay director. He wants to say he's the authenticity director. But
yeah,
to me, more like he's using the power of that title, but he doesn't want to accept the accountability of the title.
facts.
Because here's the question: did anybody in the Discord conversation ask, okay, who is the gameplay director? I think you told me it was another guy. I think you had mentioned his name one time.
Yeah, I forget who was the before him. They probably fired him because I know one guy I was talking to. What was it last week? He said they fired him. They let him go, and he was like sad. He's like he thought he was helping them make movement and stuff. I guess he was talking what they didn't want that company to be dealing with. And he had experience. I looked at his background. He had experience. They like got rid of him. I'm like, Dad. They got rid of him in April.
Was that the name? I think you said Little Mac or something.
No, not Lil Mac. And I don't think they keep saying Lil Mac moved on to work on his own game. And I don't think that was the case. Because Little Mac was adamant about putting tendencies and everything in it. It tells you a lot if he so-called quit or left and you didn't hire nobody up, or you not even they don't even have a post up for another AI person. That says a lot. It's like they
Well, hey, you
keep
know what says a lot too? You know what says a lot too? Going back to the whole sports consulting, because of the lack of sports consulting, it goes back to why do we have boxer ratings that are not accurate.
exactly.
That's the role of a sports. That's you had mentioned before. It's analytics. They
Yeah.
don't even have a sports consultant or sports data analyst that they're working with in order to. That's all authenticity of the freaking game too.
Yup.
Get
And you know what
right.
makes it bad?
Suppose
You
what
know
is
what
his
makes
name? One of the boxers. They don't even have his right. They don't even have his right stance. I think it's Sonny Edwards. They have.
yeah.
I can't remember. There's a thing where they have him as I think a southpaw and he's orthodox, something to that effect. Like little
And
things
that's
like that, and
crazy.
they still haven't fixed it yet.
And
But they
that's
look at
crazy.
that boxing.
He used to be in the studio all the time. That's crazy. They pushed him out of the studio. He said he lived walking distance. And you know what makes it funny? Will making gameplay calls when he lives in America and the studios in the UK. That's crazy. That don't even make sense to me. You don't even see Will at the boxing matches. You still there?
Yeah, yeah, I'm here.
Oh, I thought you cut out or something. Yeah, he's
No, no,
right.
I'm
I'm
here.
like, yeah. Let me read this next
I'm just
segment.
looking up. I'm just trying to find something with that boxer's name, who they had the wrong. They didn't have him set up properly, and it's still in the
Oh,
game right now. They
yeah,
don't want to fix it.
yeah. Um, yeah. Let me read this one while you're looking. Why didn't SEI hire Poe? SEI claimed they weren't hiring outside the UK. Then they brought in Ty Grissom, Boxing Fanatical, Will Kinsler, Jay Shep, and more from the US. Meanwhile, I was passed over despite decades of experience, advocacy for realistic boxing games. Some hires had no dev background, just casual boxing fandom. Talking points. Why the UK only? Claim it claim if multiple US hires were made. Where were they avoiding someone who knows the sport too well? Why choose unqualified casual over boxing game experts? And that seemed like the big push. They're like they pushing people out. If they act like they know boxing, like they pushing them out. And my thing is, how's this game going to survive another month, 2 months?
Well, hey, yo, in the Discord, what have you heard about that the Sippy guy who's supposed to be the boxer now in the with the developers? Like, what is he really doing right now?
He
Or what
talks.
is he contributing?
The one thing that I like when he come in there, he talks boxing, even though it's mostly
Mhm.
UK boxers, but he talks boxing, and that right there, that like gives you a little confidence. And he said he was doing some motion caption and stuff like that. That still doesn't, I want real, I mean, professional boxers. I want boxing historians in there. It's a
So when you
lot of,
said the
I
motion
literally
capture,
took,
they brought him in to kind of do like he's almost like a Michael Jackson impersonator.
yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it,
Uh,
that's exactly what it is. That's exactly. And you know what's crazy? Like what we was talking about before, they got box rec, they got they got that what's the other one? But they got all these companies and they're not using them correctly. For one, if you got box rec, them stats should look the stats and attributes should look better.
yeah,
So y'all not using them, y'all just using the name. So they use a let me see, box rec and CompuBox. Everything should be on point. They just using the name. And to me, they're not using the name right within the game. It doesn't look professionally they don't look professionally placed in the game. Like what are y'all doing? Whoever's and to
hey,
me that's a development decision.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
What you was about to say?
No, no, I'm gonna hold it back. I don't want to. It's gonna go off topic. I'm gonna wait.
Oh, yeah. Ashop segment 6. Ashop beat decisions. If investors and publishers were the bottleneck, why did Ash buy them? I mean, why didn't Ash buy them out or renegotiate? He had community trust, momentum, and a unique product. The pivot to an EA style hybrid was not what the original backers supported. Exactly. Was Ash sidelined from his own project? Talking points. Was the NBA 2K of boxing line just marketing? Why not protect the original vision at all costs? Could early sales success have been used to regain control? What you think?
um,
That's a lot of to digest.
what I want to know is what if the whole vision since 2021 was a simulation style boxing. We
Yup.
saw that we saw what the Unreal version looked like, especially with the movement, to the point that the movement we're getting that semi about what do you call it? We're getting that semi over the shoulder view while the two boxers are circling each other, right? And they got
Yes.
rid of a simple thing like that. They got rid of it, right? So it just kind of makes me wonder what research were they doing that told them that the audience is asking for this arcade style of boxing.
I
Like
don't know.
what are they
Nobody really asking for that.
what feedback are they getting?
Yeah.
Like I'm pretty sure nobody. I'm 100% nobody in that Discord leading up to everything we've seen is saying that they want this.
Facts. And my thing is, why did Ash say
Actually,
he
you know
was?
what? No, hey, let me sorry to interrupt. You know what? One thing I do find strange, but it just shows the kind of demographic in the Discord as well, or the kind of player base we have. A lot of people were happy when they got rid of the one punch knockouts.
Yeah, that was
That
crazy.
surprised me because I'm re and the thing is, I could tell when I read the posts from, I could tell it's little kids. They don't want to play a game. Their emotions are so attached to the game. They don't want to get
Yeah.
knocked out, knowing that I figured out how to spam this guy. I figured out how to just spam his body, run his stamina, and then boom, I get knocked out after. Oh, that's not fair. That's not fair. You know what I mean? Like that's the
Yeah,
kind
that's
of
crazy.
and I'm not sure how much of an influence they have over the game. If they like, people are crying even up to now. People are crying about it, man.
Yeah. But it's crazy
Like we
because
can't.
in a
Hey,
fighting game, you get knocked
we
out.
can't even have an over the shoulder boxing game because people they want a TV style boxing. I think.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but my thing is, they 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 keep complaining about stuff, but in a fighting game, I've seen plenty of fighting games. You get caught with a punch or a kick or whatever, and it kills your energy just like that. And that's technically what we have with the way they got it set up now. It's basically a fight. It's basically a fighting game. It's like an energy bar depleter. Like
Definitely,
everything is based up.
it's the stamina bar right now. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, and what I was the point I was trying to get at with Ash, he started out. He always was saying a realistic boxing game. He wanted to be the NBA 2K of boxing. You can't get rid of that because I made sure if they try to go and start deleting stuff, I made sure I got these things down. Ash said he wanted this to be the NBA 2K of boxing, but Ash let whoever hire all these EA developers. I think they got at least what 20 developers on the team that's from EA or they worked at EA at some point. That's crazy. And there's a lot, and from my research, there are a lot of developers that lost their job from 2K and other high power companies. And I'm pretty sure if they would have helped with this project, it would have helped them have some type of income. Especially the way these guys that don't know nothing getting paid. Let me see. The lost source code and work in process myth. SCI acts like old builds, work in process codes, and assets are gone. Reality, studios always keep archives. Suggestion otherwise insults anyone who's been around game development. It insults them. Talking prompts. Why pretend restoring old build is impossible? Is this just to avoid returning to more sim accurate versions? Are they building? No. Are they hiding that the old mechanics were better for realism?
I'll tell you one thing. You know, one of the lies you could catch on them is that excuse they're saying that the PS5 is not the PS5 and the Xbox are not strong enough to play the Unity version, right? That's why they got to scale back the physics.
Yeah, that's
Well,
crazy.
how the hell they're gonna bring out if they're telling everybody that did they ever think about, well, if we're gonna do it on Unreal Engine, does that mean we're gonna have to wait for the PS6 and the Xbox Z? Like, what's going on, right?
Yeah,
That's just
yeah,
show you that's just show you how the person who came out with that message to the public, they're clueless.
yeah.
They're
That's
clueless,
crazy.
or they're just that disconnected from the game.
Yeah,
You just
that
said that
makes no sense.
we can't run it, but you're gonna bring us a Unity version, or you're gonna bring us an Unreal, and that's gonna run on this generation. You just that's a lie.
Yeah, it is a lot. It's crazy. They're like, it's so much that they keep telling us, they're feeding us like we supposed to accept it. And my thing is, we in the age of information. Go to Google, go to this one, go to all these different engines. You can find out that they're lying to us, and they
But yo,
expect
what was
us
the
to.
did they ever give a reason why they thought Unity was the better way to go?
I know exactly why, because the first person they hired was aimbot. Aimbot is that's all he know is a Unity. So that's what they
Okay.
went with. And I think whoever else they had, because there was somebody, because there's somebody I sent them, another guy they never gave me credit for. I sent them a guy that had a lot of gaming background with combat sports and stuff like that. And I think he knew how to use both of them. And I think they got rid of him. But aimbot, he's like literally like the head of, besides Will, he's like the head of the team because he like the one of the first developers they had, and he was still in school when they got him. He was learning
I
on the
see.
go, but he was doing a lot of things right because you could see that in the alphas, the betas. You seen a lot of things that was being done right. So it's like they like watered it down. They don't even let, because I remember it was a time that all the developers used to talk to us. Even anybody used to stay in the Discord. Anybody used to talk to me in private in the DMs. Now they got it so you can't conversate with none of the developers. And I literally was talking to I forget his name because he got the CHL whatever, you know, in the Discord, the developer, it's a babysit at the end of that name. He we were talking. So I used to talk to a lot of these developers, but now they gotta like don't communicate with them. Don't say nothing to these people, these peasants in the Discord.
Well, yo,
Yeah,
one thing I'm just reading here is that Unreal Engine project, you cannot convert an entire Unreal Engine project to Unity. You can't port the assets like the 3D models, textures, and animations, which is what they basically did from the alpha. Then
dang. Aaron Jones is
you know,
trying to
and that
join.
is he? All right.
Why you say it like that? I'm gonna send another code to you. Yeah, finish what you're saying.
Yeah, so that's the thing I read about it. You could only import or export the assets, but not the whole project then. But it's just I
Yeah,
can't, like you're saying, because their main developer was a Unity guy, but why the hell didn't they just get Unreal do it unless it was the cost? It must be cheaper to hire a Unity programmer.
I think it's not really that cheap. I think, yeah, I think it is because they get a percentage off of your game. Is a continued
Well, who
percent.
personally designed the Unreal version then? Because that's what it's based off.
Yeah, I forgot his name. I think that the guy that left, I think it was really him that they got rid of. I don't think he left. I think they got rid of him because the pay is looking good. So it's not I left because of the pay. I don't think it's that at all. Oh,
Do
we
you
got a lot of people.
realize that? Do you realize that? I was making this joke all the time. I was wondering who's gonna come out with season one first, Undisputed Boxing or Rematch. Rematch is that new online soccer game that came out about a month ago.
Oh,
Right now, Rematch is also in. They released the game and it's season 0. So I'm trying to figure out who's gonna come out with the first season, Undisputed or Rematch. But I'm pretty sure, and I keep on saying Rematch is gonna beat them, but I'm pretty sure now if all the big surprise talk is that Undisputed's gonna announce number 2, well then there's no point of having a season number 1 anymore.
yeah, that's true.
What's the point? You're basically that's the whole thing now. When is the end? When is the end of life? When's the end of life support for this game?
I don't know. It seems like it's like right there. It's like I don't if they don't put nothing out like substantial, I can't see it going another 2 months. I really can't.
Sorry, not even. I keep on saying end of life cycle support. That's exactly what's going on here. It'll be, it'll be very disappointing that if it just stays on, I guess season 0, because this game was basically just a friggin' it was really a beta the whole time. And talk about
Well,
lemon laws, right?
yeah,
Talk about lemon laws. The question is, you have to look in the literature anywhere. Did they ever say there was going to be a season mode on this?
yeah. Is they
Did
said
they?
it? Yeah, they did. Said this going because that
I
was the
guess
whole thing with them upgrading the game. It was never going to be a part 2 or part 3. It was always going to be constantly upgraded. So they was going to have seasons.
Yeah.
And what happened to them seasons? We're 5 years in. What happened to the seasons? We're not even on season 1, are we?
Nope. That's what I'm saying. We're on season 0. So that's why I'm kind of curious if they're gonna, if they basically are never gonna have a season 1.
That's gonna
Essentially,
be
what they're doing is this: they're killing the game, and it's just gonna be just like what do you call it? Like it's like Fight Night Champion. When Fight Night Champion was finally finished, you could still play it online, but you're not really running seasons anymore, right?
yeah.
When's the last time Fight Night Champions reset the leaderboard?
I don't know. I told you I got a. They offered me a free copy. I didn't want it, so I don't
Of
know.
Fight Night Champion?
Yeah, EA offered to give me a free copy because I was a senior moderator and stuff. I said, nah, I don't want it. That's okay. So I'll be the first one to say I never played it. All I did was watch videos. Yeah. I'll be like, how
There's
can you be? Because people keep telling me, how can you be so critical of a game if you didn't play it? I'm watching the game. It's like me watching a boxing match and people saying, how can you be so critical of the boxing match? You're not boxing. I boxed. I'm watching the fight.
yep.
Oh, sweat. Love see Shorty on YouTube. I mean, yeah, on YouTube.
Oh, what's that again?
Love see Shorty on YouTube.
Who's that?
You don't know who Love see Shorty is? Bloody Knuckles.
No, I never heard of the name before.
Dad. I thought everybody knew about Bloody Knuckles boxing game.
I know, yeah, I know
Yeah,
about,
he's
but yeah, I know that game.
yeah, he's the creator of it. And
Oh, okay.
yeah.
It's funny. I was watching I was watching a video just a couple days ago. It was about a year ago, and I saw JMMA. He dissed that game.
Yeah.
He was basically making a comparison to Undisputed, and he turned around and said that this game is he said he really blasted it, man. He said
And
it was nothing more than a tech demo. That's what he said.
That's what what's call them is. It's not a complete game. The game is really. They literally keep saying it's still in technically still in early access. That's crazy. A $70 game still in early access.
Yeah.
That makes no sense whatsoever. We bought that. Well, I did because I keep saying I didn't buy it, but I bought 3 copies to give away, and I hope nobody come for me. Like, man, you gave me this. Yeah, so my thing is, because I bought 3 copies, support the game, and plus I don't want nobody to feel like I owe them anything.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find some information on Shoecast here, but it's not too much. I'm just trying to figure out why you're not getting that. Like, what's the limitation?
Limitations for what?
Talk shoe.
Yeah, I gotta that's something I should have been doing my research on, because I'm doing my what's called my TikTok. I'm doing that live, so this is going good. I was gonna do a because TikTok you could do like we're doing right now, but I didn't want to hear like 2 voices trying to like echo it,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I'm
yeah, yeah.
trying to. I didn't want to do that. Oh yeah. All right. Since you're doing that, I'm gonna read the leafy. Oh, somebody trying to get in. Let me see who this is. Aaron.
Yeah, bring him in.
What's up, my guy? Aaron.
Oh no, but no, that's not the same. That's not Aramis Jones. That's Aram. That's the other guy.
Hey, what's
Yeah.
up? What's good, everybody?
What's up?
Not much. We just. Oh, I'm going through these because you got the script right that I sent you.
Yeah, I got the script.
Yeah, I'm trying to go through some of those, and we talking about just things that's been going on in the community that um they trying to feed us the bull.
Yeah, what is Leafy in here?
No, he was here earlier. He said he might be able to get back in here before the end of the show.
So
And
did he explain what the whole deal with him getting banned was?
yeah, and I was telling him literally before he got banned. I say, Leafy, you pushing it too much, and he was saying, I forgot exactly what he was like really saying it about. If you could remember, do you remember what he said, AJ?
It was something. It was something
Uh,
about him questioning the whole
Hiring,
yeah, the
the hiring.
questioning of the
they
hiring.
accuse him of bullying the developers.
Yeah,
Yes,
I didn't get that because what it originally started was Saf had gotten on to people about that because it was discussed on here, but it was also discussed in the Discord about people trying to question what exactly the hires were specifically for Unreal Engine, and then also the competence of the developers that are on Unity Engine currently. So if they're looking right now for Unreal Engine hires, it doesn't seem like this game is really going to last long
yeah.
because the developers that are on this one right now just don't seem competent enough to get the game to where it needs to be. I'm not gonna lie.
You tell him you're speaking
And it
truth.
kind of goes back. It kind of goes back to that whole thing we're talking about end of life cycle support for this game. I think Aram, you had mentioned previously that once they release the final set of DLC, that's it.
Yeah, and then you also see them right now, I guess, cutting certain DLC fighters because of contractual obligations, but that really could just mean that they're sending them over for the next Undisputed 2.
Yeah,
Because
I
it doesn't
think
really
these
make
games.
sense, that whole contractual obligation
Yeah,
situation, especially when you see them right now currently signing other fighters.
exactly. I think it's bull. They trying to smoke screen us. They trying to keep us off of poking around, basically.
But you
Yeah,
know
they
what?
don't even answer questions.
If end cycles come in once they do the final set of DLC, does that mean we're going to be on season 0 forever? Because what's the point of having a season 1 at that point?
Yeah, that's crazy. I never understood that.
So the season 0 situation is basically it's until the game is in an optimal state for online and all the bugs and all the bull crap that they have going on, all of that is basically diminished. But the problem is this game is going to continuously have desync. Desync is going to be in this game's whole life cycle when it comes to Unity Engine, because they don't have the team that can really eviscerate desync the way that it needs to be. So it's going to consistently be an issue in this game. And I think that's just something that they're not going to be willing to admit, because they want us to believe that they're going to be able to fix the problem. But the problem is they're treating desync as lawn maintenance instead of an actual, like there's a beehive in somebody's house, like a real issue. So it's not going to ever be fixed to the optimal degree that the online community needs it to be. So
Yeah,
they're not going to tell us that they can't fix desync. They're going to try to say, oh, yeah, well, we're working towards a route, or we're working towards the root cause of the problem, all of this stuff. But I've had some talks with some of the testers. I've had some talks with some of the people. And honestly, everybody is under the agreement, besides me, that they cannot fix desync. I think it's a team problem, and they don't have the right people at the right positions to fix the problem. So they're going to continue trying to make it seem like, no, it's the engine. No, it's just the fact that um, it's not good for online play. Well, you knew all of this before you got on this engine, and you
yeah,
still you still stayed with it. So you really can only blame yourself. The problem is the fact that the consumer base who bought this game, they're left out astray, because they all bought the game thinking that it was going to be the best boxing game, it was going to be the most complete boxing game and everything like that. And they're not getting near the product of what they originally thought it was going to be worth.
Is it
yeah.
possible
That's
with
true.
peer-to-peer protocol? Can they have? Can they select? Can they have it where we can have regions? Choose which regions you want to play.
Yeah, if they set it up like that, they're not hiring. They
I,
don't
I don't
have
think
a
no. I don't think technically they could do it without some kind of centralized server system.
yeah, yeah. That's exactly what I'm trying to get at. Cause like even with EA, they had to go through Amazon. They got a better system set up. And what's called, I know Ash is not going to do it because
But
I think the
but, it's not,
money. What you saying?
but Aaron, going back to what you were saying, the oh god, what were you saying? You were saying about the what do you call it? The desync. They don't have the right team, or they don't have the right expertise on it. But is it
Yeah,
coming down to? But is the are we talking about expertise, or is it? Or are we talking about that whole centralized server system?
both. To me,
Both.
it's both.
It's a both situation, because you have a person who right now is doing all the wrong hires, because the people that are on the team right now currently aren't, they're not capable of solving the problem the way that we need it to be. So right now
But
it's basically just
but
like
can
a
it be solved? Like a
huh?
simple thing like having regional, selecting regional play. Can that be solved based on the current protocol they're using?
No, because they're not going to also do something like that.
But that's saying no from a financial perspective. But is it possible?
It's possible.
It's
It,
possible,
it it's just a
definitely.
matter of them doing it.
Yeah,
Like
it's the money.
I don't even think it's a financial situation. I think that they have the finances, because a lot of people have already said it's not a financial issue. They've gotten a lot of money and back up. So it's not that, especially since they're going to be able to move on to a completely whole new engine and restart. So it's not a finances issue. It's they're just not willing to do it.
Yeah, but this what I'm gonna say. The financial is a little shaky because they got to pay all these developers. They pay them real good. So if they get some of these people getting like a half a quarter million or $500,000 a year, so that adds up when you got a team of 70 people. So you look at that, then you got to look at the people they're paying back. They're paying the investors back. To
Hold
me,
up. You're saying that who's making we're talking about US dollars?
I don't know how they getting paid, but they getting paid. They making money.
No, no,
I
no,
looked at,
no, no, because you're saying $250,000, right? That's what, $250,000. I
I
was thinking
seen,
that they
I
I
seen
was
for,
thinking they're probably making maybe the top ranking guy he might be maybe he's making 120,000. So we
yeah,
could say US
but,
on a high if we want to say
but
high.
still, to me, that's a lot of money. Just say everybody making $170,000 a
Okay.
year. That's you got 70 people plus you trying to hire more. Them Unity developers gonna cost more than them Unity. I
One of
know
my
that for a fact.
questions is the current developers that are working on the Unity engine for Undisputed 1, are they going to actually be in Undisputed 2?
I hope not. I hope not.
You talk when you say the current, okay, the
I
guys are
can't
all
see
Unity,
them if
right?
that's what they unless they have skills for both of them. They're not gonna be able to
Well,
go to Unity if they don't have
they
the
could.
skills for it.
The
I mean,
nasty thing that could the nasty thing that could happen is they freaking take this version of the game and they take this Uni version of the game and they port it over to, instead of really optimizing the game and you know and this if you're gonna do it on Unreal, then go back to your freaking Unreal Alpha, the real deal game, and build it from that. But if they go and take this iteration of the game, which was basically built on Unity, and try to port it back to Unreal, we're gonna have the same issues. It's gonna same kind of gameplay issues that's gonna follow it,
yeah.
and it'll be really it'll suck if they did that too. Because from what I read, if you were gonna port a project like this, Undisputed, let's just say a very big project, I think I read somewhere it could take up at least 3 years to try to port a Unity project this magnitude to Unreal.
No,
It's almost like if it takes 2 years to port it, why need this fucking redesign? Why need this fucking design it from scratch again?
yeah. I think you read an old thing because I was reading that too. Then when I looked again, it said it could take like a year or a couple of months depending on how the size of the team.
Yeah, the size of it. And I think well, actually, I might be mistaken. When you really look at it, Undisputed is what, 24 gigs? Is that how big it is?
That's that right there. Like that ain't a lot. So what are y'all doing?
Well,
It's
what I
not
want
a
to
lot,
know
but we
is it
also
is
have
it,
to
is it because of modern day compression that it's so small?
understand it's a small team too. They don't have the typical size of a team for
But
this big of a project.
70 is big for an indie company.
For
That's
yeah,
why I say it's a
correct,
double A.
correct, the indie company. So
And
I
they're
don't.
not an indie company, they're a double A company. No matter how they try to reword it, it's not a indie company. Because if you look it up, 70 people and the money that they're making, they're a double A or triple A company. So they could pick those two. It's got to be a double A. It can't be no indie company because they don't line up with what an indie company is. They made too
What do you
much
think?
money.
What do you think? What do you think they're gonna do? They're gonna port it from Unity back to Unreal?
No,
It would be foolish to do it.
I
So
mean
you think
it's
they're
not
gonna
even just that. It's
you
just the
think they're
fact
gonna do
of
it from scratch?
I think that they're gonna have to do it from scratch because the way that they've done everything on Unity, it's just such a compile of bull. Like
Yeah,
it's just like
yeah,
it's so bad. I'm sorry. Like the way that it was produced, the way that it came out, the way that they've communicated with their community. Like I was just talking to Stove actually about this, and I was like, it's cool that they've communicated more, but what good is the communication if there's still that lack of transparency?
I'm just kind of curious in terms of this going back to the programming and we were talking about body sliding body jabs and stuff, right? They're saying it has to do with the frame. How do you fix something like that?
It could be
Is it
fixed.
is
It's
it a,
just that they don't have
is it
people
something?
that's qualified.
Was it something that they're using? They're in the 3D studio. Or is it something where they're trying to stretch the animation, or trying to shrink it, or is it they have to reach, or they have to change the amount of frames in it? Like what's going on that's
They would
preventing them
have
from
to add
actually?
more recovery frames for that animation.
Okay.
That's why it's so spammable at this moment in time. And things like the hooks
How
are also so spammable is because of there being a lack of recovery frames on the punches.
Well, how long of a project would it be for that? If we're just focusing on the that leaping body jab, how long of a project is that?
It differs between the people on the team, and if
Yeah,
they have the
team size.
competency
Team size mean a lot.
and the
Okay,
competency of the people being able to
based on the
resolve the
competency of
problems.
this, based on the competency of this current team, what do you think that what should be the turnaround time?
12 years.
Just a guess. 12 years, eh?
The
Just a
competency of this
guess.
team, the competency of this team, and they got people that don't know nothing about combat sports. It's gonna be a long time. It's
Fine, well, let
like
me
they,
ask it
they
this
said
way.
they learning on the job. That's
Let me
crazy.
ask it this
Yeah,
way: if they had the best team, a good team, we'll say, above average team, what should be the turnaround time for them to fix that?
I don't know
Probably two and
because
a half years.
if you look at teams like 2K, they be fixing stuff like in a month. So
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
it's
A
Yeah,
like,
month, okay.
they really do.
and
And
then
I
it's
was
like you look
talking,
at
I
our
was talking, yeah, but I was talking to a 2K, somebody from 2K. I talked to a couple of people from 2K and EA, and they said this company is burying themselves. They said we was all amazed when they saw that video. Their developers, when they saw that video, they knew it wasn't a CGI. They said when we saw that, we said, "Oh man, we're about to start making boxing games again." Then it started dwindling down to what it is now. That right there, like, yo, you messed it up for all of us with what y'all doing, the way they handling stuff.
So, yo, then you know what that means? If based on the competency level of the CSI team, if we're saying a good team to do, they're flipping it out in 3 months. Well, then
Yeah,
let's just say it should have took this team on the low end 12 months, on the high and the longer duration. Let's just say a month, a year and a half. This problem's been around since 2023. They've gone beyond all expectations already.
and one of the
They've
biggest
surpassed it.
issues that comes with this team is the fact that there's a certain trauma too, because it's like they know that whenever they've actually worked on a route to fix something, about 3 to 4 things break. And it's like even the simplest thing of a fix, it just it just never works out. Like when you look back to November after launch, they specifically were trying to do a fix towards stamina and the blocking. Just two things that affected hit detection. Stamina wasn't, it's still a problem. Blocking is just this, it's sometimes it's hard as a rock, and sometimes it's useless. You might as well just walk away. There's so many things that become a problem as soon as they try to start fixing and finding a route to a solution, that it's like there's this certain trauma that they're right now working with, because it's like I get where they're coming from, because they say like we don't want to start, doing this situation where, oh, we fix something and then now we have 4 other 5 things to fix, because it seems like every single time we touch something, a whole bunch of stuff in the store breaks. And that's the way that they're operating right now, is just with this certain proceed with caution um, route, because they're so used to things just not working out long term when it comes to, oh well, we solved this, but then there's these other problems that have come with it. So right now they're right now operating on proceed with caution.
Yeah,
Hey,
they've been
here's a
doing
good
that for
example.
years. They've been doing
Here's a
that
good
for years.
example.
What'd you say?
Here's a good example. Here's a good example. Daniel Jacobs. I don't know if anyone noticed this, but as I've been testing the game, we're on version 1.45. I've noticed this that when I use Daniel Jacobs now, he feels like he's almost invincible. For the first time, like I've used them before, but I find that it looked to me like I'm catching so many counters with him now. It doesn't feel right. I know, like I could tell when I'm fighting with a guy, something feels wrong to the point I'm noticing. To me, it looks like people can't even hit me. It looks like the punch detection's off on Daniel Jacobs right now as a version 1.4.5.
No, that right
So
there
so
is
so
the
so,
opening
so he's gonna
window
become a
of
so yeah. So once people start to figure this out, he's gonna become the next. He's the new meta fighter.
No, people have already figured that out, but that's not the thing. The one of the problems is the fact that it seems like there's more of an open window when it comes to counters, but that's also desync based because it's also inconsistent because sometimes the counter seems like it's like for 2-3 seconds, and then sometimes it seems like even though it should register as a counter, because you hit it at the right time, it doesn't register as a counter. So it's like right now the desync is heightened. That's one of the things that is causing so many of these inconsistencies is because the fact that desync is heightened. So now it's like it seems like certain things aren't working or operating on the same level, but realistically it's just desync. Just like the
But
hitbox on a lot of fighters right now, it seems like the hit registration and hitbox on people, it just seems like it just fluctuates because sometimes you think people are cheating because it's like, why can't I hit this person? I'm right here, I'm at the right angle, everything, and you can't touch them.
this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Right now, I started using Daniel Jacobs because I find that to me it looks you can't. It looks like I'm invisible. You can't hit me. So I'm getting fucking easy wins because of that.
Yeah, but that's just the hitbox on everybody right now. Like it's even Sugar Ray
No,
Leonard.
him no
Sugar
him
Ray Leonard, his
him
hitbox,
specifically noticing it since the update.
huh?
Since the update, Daniel Jacob is one of the fighters right now. I'm noticing this right now where it's like guys can't hit me. It's like
Yeah.
I could do no wrong. I could stand in front of you and I could just move around. It's like they cannot hit me, but I could. But then, as you said, the counter window is so big, and I'm catching guys with counters right now with Daniel Jacobs. Before I had to, I couldn't do that. He'll get hit. He'll get tagged. It's almost like the hit detection on him is off.
Oh yeah, but also another problem that's come that I've started noticing is people are starting to play this game really archaic, and I don't know what it is, but it's like
And that's
right
what I
now
was
it's like
saying before.
there's a meta, and it's like I'm gonna punch you in the body with jab straights like 30 times, and I'm just like,
Yes.
bro, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? And you know why?
Hey,
Because there's no vulnerability system. Because these dudes just be literally, as soon as you get close to them, jab straight to the body, jab straight 30 times. And I'm just like, bro, this is just not boxing. What are we doing?
yo,
And it's
yo,
like,
yo, I'm so
go ahead.
Yo, I'm so glad you brought that up because the latest video circulating right now is what's his name? Not Box. His name is I Game You Watch. They had this YouTube creator of versus the other day. Just came out. It's I Game You Box versus Kenzo something. His name is.
Yeah.
I saw the videos right now. I even saw that. I even saw the video on what's his name, Crooks, and he was commentating on it. And he was saying, "Oh, he's saying how great it is. Look at this boxing. Look how great the boxing, this and that." The first thing I noticed is exactly what you just said, Aaron. Guys spamming like they're using a lead body straight. They're leading with a body straight every time, and they're just like throwing it. It's like you could see how fake it looks when they do it. And that's how that guy I boxed I game you watch, and that's how Kenzo fight. And you have another guy saying, oh this look how real the boxing looks. Go and watch that afterwards. It's really bad, man. You could see them just throwing a lead body straight every time.
No, I've seen it, but
You
I
seen
don't
it?
know.
Yeah.
I don't know what the issue with right now is. It's the lack of recovery frames. It's the lack of people they're just mindlessly punching now. Like it doesn't matter the punch. If the punch doesn't make sense, they're going to throw it if it's the fastest punch to connect to the opponent and the opponent can't react. So right now you see people just literally just, oh, we're gonna just find out what works. There's a very fluid base of punch animations and stuff like that, and we're gonna live off that and succeed off of that. So I'm just gonna just jab straight, and jab and all that to the body 30 times, so I can get your stamina down to a certain like to 20%, so that that way the the what is it knockout is easier and stuff like that, because the longer the when you get to 20%, it becomes easier to knock a person out. uh so you see a lot of people
Well,
just spamming jab to the body, hooks to the body. Like it's very sporadic gameplay right now. It's not boxing. You see a lot of people doing this lean back, uh, because after you lean back, for some reason, your punches come out faster. So people are now just lean back, looking like damn seesaws. Just, oh, I'm gonna lean back with David Benavidez and throw hooks, and lean back and throw hooks to the body, and jab straight to the body. Like this is the most brain dead combat sports game that I've ever seen. And it's sad because it was labeled as a simulation based boxing experience. And right now
Yeah,
you see a whole bunch of Wreck-It Ralph boxing. Like, I don't know why we're calling this boxing anymore. It should just be called Wreck-It Ralph because it's so brain dead.
yeah,
Paul, let me ask you this: when you throw a lead body punch, how much distance should you be away from your opponent if you're going to throw that?
that's a good question.
Because what's going on right now in
It
Undisputed,
got to be some type
guys
of reach to it.
what's going on Undisputed right now is guys are standing foot to foot inside fighting, and they're able to throw it, and they're able to throw a fucking a straight to the body,
Nah,
as if
that
as if
that don't supposed to work.
as if they're standing about three. It's almost it's like if you're standing 3 feet away from your opponent, then yeah, you could throw one with your
Yeah,
when you extend. But if you're standing foot to foot, head to head with your opponent, you're not going to throw a straight to the body. You don't have
no,
room. You have to
no, you don't
fucking
have the
walk.
room for it. That's crazy. Yeah, you
So
don't have
this
the
is
room
what's going on. Guys are spamming this because it doesn't even make sense. How does that get through quality assurance? Or who's the fucking gameplay? Like who's the
that's the
person?
gameplay guy.
Or that's the boxing consultants. Those are the fucking guys looking at the consultants looking at the boxing sports analysts looking. Who the fuck's looking at that shit?
They don't have no boxing consultant. No matter what is being said in the Discord, they don't have no boxing consultant in the studio because that would never got by. It wouldn't got by me. When they be saying, "Oh, we got," I'm a boxer. I mean, I was a boxer.
But going back, how often would you say somebody's gonna throw straight to the body and they're standing half an inch from you?
Nah,
Like, oh, how
still not enough room.
it's not up. So like,
Cause you even see when Floyd do it, he steps in. He like literally leaning in. And if you were good enough, you could catch him, but he leans in when he throw his body shot.
or
Some
even another nuance with the game. Where's the liver? How many livers does the Undisputed have?
yeah, that's
According
crazy.
to Undisputed, they have 2 livers.
Yeah, they don't none of that nothing makes sense in it. Even the traits don't make sense in the game. No more. They did at one point. Now they don't make sense.
There's a
Well,
certain
Sean Porter,
level of security that a lot of the community base is playing with, and it's because there's no vulnerability system, so people are not afraid of getting punched 5 times. If they can find a way to get those 5 punches back during exchanges, they're going to do it. There's no cautious level of oh, if I get hit one more time, I'm gonna probably get tagged or knocked out or knocked out. There's no caution towards it. People are
Yeah,
just playing just to play.
There's one caution.
It's not
There's one
boxing
caution.
anymore.
yeah, because
No, but
people
there's one
saying they don't
caution.
want the buzz states and all that. That's
No,
part
no.
of the
There's one caution. There's one caution. There's the short-term stamina. If you burn your short-term stamina and you get that little flashing red, that's the vulnerability state that you get a one punch KO or just get knocked down.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't like that. You should be
That's
able to
one
turn it off,
caution when
really.
boxing is relatively like a whole lot of cautions. You have to
Yeah,
be
it
very
is.
precise, very cautious. You have to be timing based. That's why there's such a lack of connection between this game and real life boxing, because this game you can't really even time, because things are coming at you so fast that you can't even uh proceed to figure out where the punch is coming from. It's just a
What
game
what
of
what
chance, because there's a lack of
what?
or a lack of recovery frames. People are just punching with whatever works. People don't know what a jab is, so they just proceed to throw a whole bunch of hooks to the body, jab straight to the body. Oh, you're gonna throw an uppercut? I'm gonna keep throwing jab straight to the body to attack your stamina. There's no caution with that.
What's
Yeah,
the reason they tied it to stamina? Like, does that make sense from a boxer sense?
no,
So
no,
what
because
what, what would be the actual? What is the actual? Like, I don't know. What's the attribute or what would be the what do you call it? Like what has to check off for that to happen? Like what is it? Like what is it they're missing or what is it they don't get? Because it's not about it's nothing to do with stamina going. Well, I guess that's an arcade mechanic, right? The stamina goes to me. It's a mentality thing. If you get caught not paying attention, awareness level.
that too. See these
But how do
things
you
like when you got the boxes in the like stun states. I heard they don't still have stun states in the game that much. If you get stunned, that's a vulnerability. You get
no, no, no? But what I'm saying, what would be the like what is how would you put awareness in the game? Like what is it? Like how do you program being knocked out? Like what is it exactly? Because we're saying it's on a stamina. It should never be connected to the stamina bar.
no. The only way that it should be connected to the stamina bar should be more connected to your your stamina and the weight, but not the way they got it. That's I messed up. It shouldn't be set with the stamina the way it is now, because boxers to me in the game lose their stamina too quickly. You can't throw a nice combination without getting your stamina, down.
Yeah,
Because if you
yeah.
watch a
If
real
you
box,
try to,
because my thing is, if you don't even know boxing, you could look at boxing videos and see that boxers throwing 6, 7 punches or more in a round, and they're not tired.
yo, according to Undisputed, they're saying that if you throw a 5 or 6 punch combo and you miss that final punch on the sequence, therefore you're entitled to get knocked down. That's how they programmed it.
Yeah, that's crazy. That makes no sense
But that
whatsoever.
means it's always happening. It's very I say it's very linear that it has to happen because you missed the final punch. You missed that fifth punch in your combination. You missed that sixth punch in the combination. That's what they think. That's what the logic is in the game right now.
And that wasn't in the earlier games. You seeing more combinations, more movement and stuff, and it
What
felt
yo
it felt better to me.
yo Poe, what do you call it? Like when you guys are throwing combinations and you basically you catch somebody's timing and you throw that punch in between. That's where a fucking knockout's gonna happen or getting knocked down or stunned, right? It
Yeah,
doesn't have to happen.
yeah,
It
that's a
doesn't
counter.
happen at the end of a punch. It happens in between the punches.
Yeah,
Or also a punch you don't see.
yeah,
A
more
punch you
so.
don't see, or you catch that, or you caught him on his rhythm. It's almost like you're freaking breaking a cog. You know what I mean? But how do you program that into a fucking game? What is it?
It could
What
be
is that? What does that
programmed.
look? What does that look like in terms of a video game?
Yeah, it can be programmed. when they keep telling us that things can't be put in the game, I'm guaranteed you go on Google or look it up, it can be programmed in the game. I asked developers all these questions, and they said, yeah, that could be done. It's up to the developer in the studio. Everything that they said, we can't use the developers telling me we can't use the same excuses we were using 20 or 30 years ago. For one, we got AI. AI going to tell you everything that you could do, what can be done. I know people hate when you talk about AI, but AI could tell you exactly what can be done and what can't be done. It's up to you if you can implement it.
And unfortunately, because of right now the state of the game and with the developers that we have, and I'm not calling the developers out. I'm not saying that they're incompetent. They can't do
Call
anything
them
right.
out. Call them out. No, I'm playing. I'm playing.
But my thing is it's been proven with this Unity-based engine, ain't nobody doing really anything right. So it's like we ask for certain things that are along the lines of what makes boxing boxing.
Yeah.
But then when you ask for it, it seems like you're more of asking for them to basically um do do a miracle, like a Jesus miracle, because
Yeah.
they don't have that level of, whether it's experience,
Yeah.
competency,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
ability,
All
capability
that. All
that
that. All
needed
that. All
that
that.
needed. They don't have that. So when we ask for the most basic things and what's principles of the sweet science of boxing, it's like asking basically a baby to lift the Titanic out of the ocean. You
Yeah.
can't ask that. And that's the reason why
We need
they're right
super
now
God.
it's so diluted. It's like, oh well, we have to work at this kind of pace because we don't want to break anything. But it's like, if you have the right pieces,
Yup.
the
That's
even
true.
the biggest or the highest asks are a capability. But you see right now, because of the team that we have right now, it's the most difficult ask because they don't lack the capability of being able to fill what is actually needed in a boxing game.
Yeah. That's true.
Yo, going back to the stamina, the way the knockdowns and knockouts are looking right now, it resembles more. Example, when Ali fought Foreman.
Oh
Foreman he got knocked out, but he was fatigued as fuck.
yeah.
They
Very
were what in the
fatigued.
10th round, or in the
See?
13th round at that point?
Exactly. See
Which
what I'm
round was
talking
it?
about? See all the punches
That was
Foreman was throwing?
yeah. He got knocked out, but that's
Tired.
like a fatigue knockout. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
tired. He couldn't. He was exhausted, and he got knocked out. Right. This
Yeah.
is what's going on right now with version 1.4.1.4.5. All these knockdowns and knockouts we're seeing in the 7-8 because of the fucking stamina bar. They're treating it as if everyone's friggin' they're about to fucking have a they're about to have a stroke in the ring. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
That's
crazy.
what the knockouts. That's what the knockouts are feeling like right now.
And that's when they gotta bring these people, even when they start on the Unity version of it, they gotta have boxers in the studio. 2K, I keep saying that. Fever, all of them got the athletes in the studio. Boxing is the only thing that doesn't have athletes or even having boxers saying anything. Do
And
you ever
that's
see? Do you ever see when they go to these events and the boxers playing a game? Look at their facial expressions. Did you ever look at their facial expressions?
they don't play. Yeah, they don't play. I saw Canelo when he played Undisputed. He didn't know what he was doing. It was like it looked like it was the first time
But
he
he
tried it out.
wasn't impressed with what he saw. He just happy seeing his character. But other than that, he wasn't impressed. Old games, boxers was impressed with the game because they were in the game. Now we're in the age where boxers looking for more with the technology. That don't look like me. I just see my
Yo,
name and a character that look similar to me. Like Tommy
yo,
Morrison. Tommy Morrison doesn't look like Tommy Morrison to me, and he doesn't have the punches Tommy Morrison used.
mm, yo. not to jump away. I want to come back to that, but the stamina. There was something about the oh god, I lost my train of thought.
Leafy back.
Oh, it's good, Leafy.
Leafy.
Stamina bar.
What's up?
Dad, you on the camera again. Daggone. Let me check my
Ah,
pickets.
yo, that's what it was. The BPM system. If
Yeah,
the
it
B
doesn't work.
so
It
the
doesn't
BPM
work. It
It's
doesn't
fake.
work.
The BPM
the
system.
BPM system, as you said, is just a template right now. If we had a
Yeah,
BPM system how it's supposed to work, that answers my question probably about the stamina. Why are they connecting the knockouts and knockdown to stamina? When the BPM system, it probably has what I'm talking about. Where when you get that BPM rush, okay, now you're making a push. You're making a push mentally now to knock a guy out or something. You know what I mean? We don't get that anymore. What we're getting with the BPM system is just an unlimited stamina,
yeah,
right?
yeah. Arcade. That's the arcade aspect.
But yo, something about counter punches. So, Poe, as a boxer, what would you? This is a hard question, right? 'Cause I guess it depends on the fighters, the matchup,
Yeah,
styles, everything, right?
yeah,
But what would you say? Let's just say two boxers are both come forward boxers, right?
yeah.
What would you say the average amount of counter punches would show up on the stat sheet for each boxer? Let's just say the average per boxer then.
Well, they can throw back to back.
Just straight counter. Well, straight counter punches, or I guess, but that do they even count that? I'm trying to remember now because usually it's just landed punches.
Yeah, because counter punches, it's on you and your opponent. Because if he's open for something, you constantly see is open for it, and you're capable, you should be able to throw the punch to counter it.
But if two guys are okay, if two, let's just say two boxers, let's just say both equally rated, they're both two comfort styles of boxing, right? How
Yeah,
much you think? What would you say What do you think the average would be in terms of how many counter punches would they land? Would it be like 10? It would be over a 10 round fight. Would it be okay? Each guy's gonna land about 10 counter punches. They're gonna land maybe each gonna land maybe 20, 30, 40, 70.
if I'm being honest, I say about 10. Could
10.
be
Okay.
a
So
little bit over that.
so of 10. Okay, fine. So we're working on that, and that's based on two guys. Now, what about if it was a come forward fighter versus a guy who boxes on the outside, who's just a counter puncher? How much? What do you think the numbers will be on that?
So like a Shakur Stevenson versus a William Zapata.
Yeah. See. Now we talking about that's variables. That's a
Yeah.
variable.
Right.
Styles
But
and variables.
what do you think the counter is going to be then? How many?
I don't know. I'll say that Joker coming forward because to me, if you coming forward, you right there for a counter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And if I got the stamina, I'm gonna be hitting you all day with them counters, especially if you got them openers. So I'm gonna say it's like in the 20s,
Okay. So okay, good. So those are
not
those are
back
our
to back,
benchmark
but in
numbers,
the
right?
20s.
Yeah. Yeah. We just want to average. We're not saying because remember it's like depending on it's all about the skill level, styles, everything, right? But so those
Yeah,
are the two numbers, right?
yeah,
With version 1.4.5 right now, I would say when I'm fighting in the game, I'm getting anywhere from about, let's say on the low end 30 counters, on the high end sometimes I might hit about 70. That's the range I'm seeing right now based on this update.
Per
yeah.
round?
That's the
No,
arcade part of
if I do a whole eight, if I do a whole 8 rounds,
Okay.
that's the amount of counter. That's on the low end 30, on the high end 70.
and
Damn.
that goes to say that the defensive measures is not there too.
No.
Because to me, a boxer, if he get hit with one or two punches, counters, his defense should up.
Yeah.
With his IQ should automatically like, oh, this joke he catch me with that. Let me put my hands up. That should
Mm-hmm.
literally just happen unless he's tired and then like the second half of the fight, or he don't tire himself early in the fight, then you know his hands down. You gonna catch him with the counters.
I
Other
think
than that, what you saying?
I think like when you're holding block, you should be able to like roll off the punches. So like if I have a guy that's like jabbing me, I'll try to like roll with it, because then now my right shoulder's loaded up, so I can throw something over the top of that. Or if he's constantly jabbing me, I could throw a jab over that, because you can counter a jab with a jab and go over it and make that jab miss. I don't see that in Undisputed. You can't like
Yeah,
throw a
but
punch over
there's no parry.
that guy's jab
It's the
and like
Yeah, no
counter
intricacy.
it.
fair.
It's the
That's
You
intricacy of
can't
the
parry
sport.
and you can't push.
and you
Well,
could
I
Yeah,
mean,
there's no parry.
shoot, pairing is a life or death sentence in this game right now. Like if there was a pairing, and I think that they actually tried to do something with a pairing back at launch, where it
no,
was
I
like,
think somebody did it on their own. They like whatever they was doing with the jab or whatever, it made it seem like it was a parry, but it wasn't in there.
no, okay, so it wasn't really a parry system, but it was like it was a parry-esque system
Yeah,
that they basically tried to do. And I don't know why. If you're gonna just do that, you might as well just add the parry system, because that just makes it a lot easier and run a lot smoother. But a lot of the intricacies that we're talking about when it comes to the stamina, when it comes to the vulnerability system, when it comes to the amount of awareness needed in a boxing match, counters, all these things are intricacies of the sport. But you see all of that lack in this video game. We all want the best for this video game, and that's fine. But also, another thing has to go on to the community. The community is toxic. So I'm gonna say this one thing, and I'll leave it alone after this. Risky Rich, people like Risky Rich. If you lean back and look like a seesaw, boxers do not do that. You are not boxing. You are looking like you are at a playground doing a seesaw. That is not boxing. All these people who are doing this jive motion of lean back, power hook, lean back, power hook. What boxer do you see do that? None. That's your answer. None. So all these people who are advocating for, oh, we need more of this. No, you're just not defensively responsible for one. All
exactly.
that lean back, bull crap of excuse of, oh, that's the only way we can be evasive. No, you just suck. You are just bad at
Yeah,
the game, for one.
yeah.
There is a lack of defense that I agree with. There is definitely more measures that are needed to be taken on a defensive aspect in this game. But a lot of these people in here who advocate for more being needed in this video game and stuff like that, no, some of y'all are what makes this game look so damn ugly, because the way you play the game, it's like this lean back, this oh, I'm gonna throw 50 million jab straights to the body. This whole or running around ditching and I'm seeing dudes skating in a boxing ring. I don't know what the heck I'm watching right now. But every single time I play this game and I leave and I play it again, and I'm just like, it's like we're steering further and further towards boxing, because I see people trying to make anything out of or nothing, and it's just shit piled upon shit, and that's the reality. A certain portion has to go into the community base, because a lot of y'all are advocating, but you don't need to be listened to. Certain people need to be gatekept from having an opinion on this game, period, because some
Yeah,
of y'all just make this game look so bad, and it disappoints me, because I'm like, we all called, asked for a boxing game, but y'all are over here making it look worse than what it is. And that's so frustrating and infuriating, because you got guys like Risky Rich who show you that rankings don't mean anything in this game. It's not a matter of being good anymore. You can be straight ass, but yet you can be at platinum to undisputed level. We got a game running full of just lean back seesaw, hee haw, bull crap spammers and stuff like that. Just playing the game the way that boxing is not intended. If you're gonna lean back, I'm gonna throw a power body uppercut to you 400 times. I swear to God, it's just so bad. And when I see these people play this game, I'm just like, why are you playing a boxing game if you're not boxing? Why are you playing a
So
boxing game if you want to play Ring Around the Rosie? I'm gonna sidestep, backstep 500 times before I throw a uppercut to your body. Like, this is the thing that I'm saying. A lot of people gripes are reasonable. A lot of people's sentiments and the reasonings as to why this game does not look like boxing, it's reasonable. But certain people who are the biggest on the front lines and advocating of boxing needs this don't know shit about boxing
Facts.
and need to be
Yeah.
gatekeeped out of conversations like this.
Yeah, they be trying to tell
gatekeep.
me I'm gatekeeping, but yeah, I'm gatekeeping with certain things. Yeah.
Yo, you gotta gatekeep JMMA. I saw you release the video, I think yesterday. The fucking guy comes out with a video about the dark tactics of Undisputed. Basically, they got him to produce a video to tell everybody, oh well, all these little things happen in all video games. Therefore, this is what you have to do. Like, this is how you have to fight this and that. Just accept these inherent flaws in the game, kind of thing, right? But it's the sugarcoating of it
Yeah.
coming from the Discord camp. You know what I mean? But let me ask you something about that lean back. In terms of how do you correct that lean back? What is missing? Like if you're leaning back, is it a balance system? Is it some? They're not taking into account that if you're leaning back with your back arched, you know what I mean? You're arching your back all the way back, and you're standing 50-50. You're standing 50-50 weight, but you're leaning back. How does that translate into balance? Is it because they don't have like a balance system?
It should be a balanced system.
because
Because
because the reality is, because if you're leaning back and somebody steps into your space and they're taking your footing away, right? You're gonna lose your balance, and possibly you're gonna fall back, or you're gonna have to try to catch your balance because you cannot. How are you gonna rebalance yourself?
You
yeah,
shouldn't be able to throw punches accurately when you leaning back like that. They shouldn't have
And
the same sting.
and you're not, yeah, exactly. You're not gonna have any
So it's a
momentum in your punches whenever you're leaning
Exactly.
back that far. It's just not
so it's
logically possible.
so it's
yeah.
a
I'm
so
surprised.
is it a frame? Is it a frame that they need to remove? That having that guy lean back, how many degrees is that at that point?
No, it would be they need to add a frame to the lean back.
Yeah. For the
So
balance,
that
make
lean
it look
back
like you're off
first,
balance.
yeah,
Okay,
that lean
okay.
back. First of all, you shouldn't be leaning back that far because realistically, I've never seen a box. I've seen boxers lean. Now, let me tell you, I've seen boxers lean, but not to the degree of what people do right now.
Yeah.
And for
That's
some
for
It's more.
reasoning,
ropes.
It's
It should
it's
be for the
it's tightened
ropes.
up a little bit more. Like they're more like they're not completely back, but they're like they have like a little bit of like a break in their posture, but they're not like trying
Yeah.
to like
Like you
bend
on the
over
ropes.
backwards.
It's
It
not.
look
Well, it's
like
not a
look like you're
pullback.
supposed to
That's
be
the
on the
thing. It's
rope.
not a pullback.
Yeah. It looked like something
So,
different
so, so,
that should have been for
so
being on the ropes.
so it's something as simple as adding a frame. Then a frame to say that you're after that it activates that. Oh, after you're there for over a second or two, you lose your balance automatically. Like, what is it?
It should be you lean back the way they be leaning, you should be falling backwards or off balance. And
a
Yeah,
stumble effect.
yeah,
yeah, like stumbling around the ring a little bit, and that's something that
You
gets
know,
me like upset when I play Undisputed. You don't really see people stumbling in the ring, like on the Usyk and Fury fight, like Usyk Fury 2. When Usyk hit him with like that punch, you could see like Fury like stumbling around the ring, and
yeah,
like in
when you say
Undisputed,
stumbling, back or
in
front?
Undis. Hmm?
both. There's stumbling both
Both.
directions.
Yeah,
Do you remember when version 1.0 came out? They had it, and then they had to take it out because it was locking the fucking game up. It was
wait,
locking
they
the
And they
guy
had
out.
didn't
that?
Yeah,
and they didn't want to
that was
work
a
on it.
mix. That was a
That's
mixture of things. It
yeah,
was the
that's their
power.
model.
It was the power spamming, which led into why the reasoning as to why they dialed back stamina for one. So
Okay.
they had this system in place where there were stumbles during the launch, and it
And it
was
was
so
nice too.
bad that it would literally freeze you if you were blocking and a person hit you with a power punch. You would just freeze for like 2 seconds, and you
Yeah,
could not move. You could not do anything. You had to just
and guys will just hammer you down after because you're locked.
exactly.
Yeah,
So
But
it's
their
like
thing is it's giving us a problem. Let's leave it alone. They didn't even keep
But yo,
working on it. They
it was
moved on to
nice too
something
when
else.
when it first came. Because that was the first time we seen it since the beta. That was the latest thing they added since the beta. And I remember I was like, oh, this is looking
Yeah,
good, man. I was
yeah,
impressed when I first saw it because it added to that realism, you know.
it did. That's
I
crazy.
just I'm just so like upset like they're removing so many things. Like they removed physics based blocking, they
Yeah,
removed
that's
physics based
crazy.
knockdowns and knockouts. They removed like that BPM system we were talking about. Like when you had like a high enough BPM, like a high enough heart rate, you'd get adrenaline from that, and not just rocking your opponent. Which I mean, why is that not in the game?
Well,
Like if you're building up adrenaline and your heartbeat's going fast, you're gonna try to go after the guy because you think he's hurt. And they talked
Leafy,
about that,
Leafy,
and it's not in the game.
Leafy. Let me ask you this, Leafy. Talking
Yeah,
about that. Right now, the stamina is the connector to the friggin' getting knocked out or knocked down, right? So let's say, for
yeah.
example, your short-term stamina, it goes in that red zone flashing, and you catch the guy to punch, either he gets knocked down and gets knocked out.
Mm-hmm.
We were saying before that should not be the case in terms of you're trying to how would you like what's the attribute or what is it that they're missing in terms of okay is it a mentality state, is it something to do with mentality because if it's stamina, the example I gave before was okay, well look at Ali versus Foreman got knocked out because he got so fatigued, which we could say is more stamina, and he got caught clean, but he couldn't get up. He was just too friggin' tired to get up at that point, right? He got knocked out, tired, everything. Right now, the way Undisputed's running, everyone's getting knocked out in the 7 and 8 right now because by the time you hit there, your stamina is about 30. But that's the connector right now. Do you think it should be do you think that should be it should be the connector, or is something to do we're not seeing? It has to do with mentality, something.
Huh.
Is it some kind of frigging gauge we're not seeing that they should have a new gauge on the screen? Like, what is it? Like, what is the actual connector to get knocked out? Because the BPM, going back to the BPM, if the BPM was working how it's supposed to be, that could be a logical way of getting knocked out.
Yeah,
I think it shouldn't be so much tied into like you'll be knocked out only if your stamina is low. Cause I've seen like matches. Well, I'm more of an MMA guy, so I watch a lot of UFC. But there's a lot of round one knockouts, and those guys are fresh. But like a clean straight down the middle will catch the guy off guard if he's trying to come in. So I think it should be based on like your momentum. Like if you're coming
That's
at the guy and
yeah.
he's planted and he throws like a straight, it doesn't have to be a power straight. Power shots don't always have to be like your knockout shot. If it's like a power straight down the line, that should be like at least a knockdown. Maybe not a knockout,
So
but like a power straight down the line. It should be based on momentum and stamina. So if you have low stamina and you're like stumbling at the guy and you get caught with like a hook or like a good shot, you should be knocked out from that.
yes,
Or like
what do you call it?
or huh?
What do you call it? If they were using momentum as a criteria, and momentum is a physics, it's science, right?
yeah.
If they're
Yeah.
using that as a criteria, that whole idea everyone's doing that leaping body jab will go down the drain because you're gonna run into a friggin' straight, you're gonna run into an uppercut and get knocked the fuck out,
And I
right?
think
And we're
Yeah.
not seeing that right now because they don't have that. They're not for whatever reason that new. I don't want to say it's a nuance, right? But is it a nuance, or is it, that's just straight science we're talking about, and it's not in it?
I don't think it's a nuance. I think it's more of the boxing science.
Okay,
You could literally
so
say
that
it's a nuance in a way, but no, it's more dealing with boxing science. Because you
so
gotta
then
look
that
at
okay, so
people like Mike Tyson. Sometimes Mike Tyson just be throwing just to be throwing and knocking jokers
right.
out.
and
So
Yeah.
I'll say this because JMMA was brought up. He actually advocated for that to be removed originally because back in the launch build, he had already seen that was going to be a meta. This whole sliding jab to the body, I didn't see it at first, and then shortly after, I had started seeing it more and more become one of the most used. Actually, if anything, it's the most used punch right now in the game. And realistically, and because people like to advocate all the time, and I hear this all the time whenever people say in comments and oh, everybody uses the jab to the body. Yes, but are they sliding? Are they jumping? Are they leaping into an opponent whenever they're throwing the jab to the body? They don't slide. There is a sliding effect. I don't know what exactly it is, but it looks more like the person is sliding while during the lunging jab to the body. That's not realistic. And on top of that, that iteration of it needs to just be removed because it's spammable. Anything that is just spammable at this point just needs to be either refined into a better iteration of the punch, or it needs to be removed until they can find a better alternative. And that's the thing. I'm tired of things being removed instead of us
Yeah,
finding a better alternative for certain things. Just like Southpaw. If you have an issue with certain things and certain animations, just dial back on that. Figure out a route in order to make or create a better alternative. That way people are not hindering on their bad uh awareness skills and boxing skills and abilities and
yeah,
understanding of the sport. Find a way to dial things back and seek out a better alternative instead of just completely removing the punch or
exactly.
the certain intricacies of the game. So like that sliding, like going back to the sliding jab, I've advocated this for almost a year now. Remove it. Find a better iteration of the jab to the body, because there's already things in the game right now that have better animations of the iterations of the jab to the body. I'm not advocating that people remove the jab to the body. Yes, that is a big part of boxing, but also not everybody is good at throwing the jab to the body, for one. And number
Yeah,
two, people aren't not all they don't have all the precision when throwing to the jab to the body. Sometimes it's more skittish. Sometimes it doesn't look as smooth. Not everybody can be Floyd. Not everybody can be Sugar Shane Mosley Jr. Not everybody can
exactly.
be Sugar Ray Leonard. Not everybody can be Sugar Ray Robinson. There are what do you call that? Anomalies in the sport that you can say,
Right,
oh,
yo,
well, they made this look great, so now a lot of people started trying to do it. Yes, but a lot of people who've tried to do it have gotten fucked up.
Yeah,
So it's like you can have an envy and have an appreciation for certain skills from certain boxers and legends of the sport, but that doesn't mean you're going to replicate it like they did, because then they wouldn't be an anomaly. So when it comes to certain things like this sliding jab animation, I'm not saying everybody should have the same jab to the body iteration, but that sliding, lunging, whatever you want to call it, jab to the body, it's got to be removed because it's senseless and it doesn't make sense. It looks more archaic, and I would expect to see something like that more in a Sonic the Hedgehog game than in a damn boxing game.
Yeah. I think for like the sliding body jab, or like when we call it sliding, wait, what happened to Poe?
hey Paul, you there?
yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Your
That was weird. It said
your
like he wasn't here.
camera's gone completely. Your window.
Yeah. Anyway, so for the sliding body jab issue, or just sliding strikes or punches in general, I think they need to refine like the physics. There's like a, I was watching an EA Madden video, like the ex-director Ian Cummings. He talked about like there's an underlying physics engine for like the football player movement. So it's not like you can see like some like sliding, but it's all handled like the movement is handled by like a dot. So if there's no animation, you can still play the game because it's just like on a dot. So I think Undisputed needs to like refine like the underlying physics model to account for
You're
like
back.
if you're moving and striking, or sorry, striking is like an MMA term. Moving and punching, it needs to like have a little bit of momentum going in, but then just stop you and put you in place to punch. Because not a lot of professional boxers move and punch at the same time. They'll plant and they'll strike. You'll see them like push off the back foot to gain distance or close distance, and then they'll strike. Because when you're planted, you have more power. So
Yo,
that'd be a
one
way
thing,
to fix like the sliding issues, like have a better underlying physics model. So
what,
you're
one thing they do have in the game is if you what do you call it when you sidestep in the game? What's that mechanic called? Like if I
uh
do a double press back, I could take a big step back, and if I step
like
forward, I could take a big step forward, right?
yeah, like you're pushing off like your back or front
Yeah,
foot
yeah, exactly.
to
So
like gain momentum.
what the step, not a step, but if I leap forward, just like double pushing the forward button, that they I don't see anybody talking about it, but it does take in consideration the momentum when you throw your punches, and it breaks the guard more.
Yeah.
Or if you think of rock paper scissors, you're trumping the guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, yo, just kind of going back to the stamina. Well, the whole idea about why they have it, the stamina is connected to the knockouts and stuff, right? And one of the things you mentioned was the okay, so we don't have it's not taken in consideration if you get caught with a forward momentum punch. That's one thing it's not taking in consideration. Also, too, it's not taking consideration if you get caught running away and somebody tags and you fall back. You know what I mean? They don't have that in the game. But remember, I was saying about what would be an attribute if we're talking about mentality, something to do with just like a mentality or something, right? So it kind of just clicked in my head. I was talking about a gauge or something, right? You know what might be the closest thing to it, but I don't know if it'll be the same. I think the correct BPM meter is a whole different concept. But you know what? Have you played any baseball games lately?
Me?
Yeah, anybody played any any? Does anyone play MLB The Show or any baseball games? Even like 2K when you used to make it.
Not lately.
No.
Okay, in baseball games, when you're a pitcher, the show has it. I think 2K has. I even think back in the day, EA baseball had it, whatever, triple play baseball and stuff. The pitcher has a mentality gauge. So, for example, if the count's 0-0, he's fine. You know what I mean? But if the pitcher gets caught in a 3-1 situation, and depending on his mentality state, right, or maybe his fatigue level, he could start the panic because it's a mentality gauge. So when he throws 3-1 pitch, he throws that fastball. He might not be able to throw with proper location or accuracy, and boom, home run. Right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm wondering if that's one of the things the game is missing, like a mentality meter, but in boxing, but it has to be around boxing. But I'm just saying in terms of like how it's done in pitching, right? Bases
Yeah.
loaded, 3-2 count. If you ain't a good pitcher, you might shit your pants on that one, right? But if you're but
Yeah.
if you're a top rated if you're like a top rated pitcher who's like 95, 99, and you're in that situation, you have a better chance of striking that guy out because you're more alert or you're more clutch. It could be a
Yeah.
combination of clutch. It could be a combination of clutch, but I believe there is a mentality there. Something that how the baseball thing works. That's a good example of how they could probably bring that into the game.
Yeah, I like the idea of having like a mentality meter. So like if you're getting pressured and you're not really a guy who can handle pressure, you'll have like like the bar could turn blue. So like you could like it'll be like a visual sign like your boxer is nervous, and you'll have like a little bit of like a you'll oh my god,
Yeah,
sorry, you'll overdo things, and you'll miss shots because you're so nervous. Like the guy's pressuring you, and you're trying to get out of there, but
It's
you're
like an
just so nervous
anxiety
you're
effect.
messing up on it.
yeah, that's one case. That's one case example, right? Another case example. If we had that in the game, you know what I'll get rid of? You ever see these freaking idiots? They don't know how to box, so what they do is they trap themselves in the corner because if I trap myself in the corner, I'm gonna make my opponent come to me. Therefore, we're gonna have a slugfest, right? When you trap yourself in the corner, you have nowhere to get. You can't get the fuck out.
Yeah, no,
Especially if you have a guy who knows what he's doing. He's gonna well on you, man. He's gonna step in and out. He's gonna box you and stuff. So if we had a mentality meter in those situations as well, it would make you say, "Hey, I better not stand. Why am I trapping myself in the corner? Because this he's hitting me with two hit combo, 3 hit combo, and I'm taking damage. I need to get the fuck out of here because my mentality meter, I'm panicking. I'm gonna get something's gonna happen, right?
Yeah, and if you're trapped in a corner, you're not really able to like defend yourself that well unless you're a guy that has really good maneuvers like Muhammad Ali. He used like the rope a dope back in the day, and he would like be able to like roll off the punches and like make him miss, and then get out that corner and keep boxing. But if you're not a guy that's like Ali and you're more of like an offensive guy and you're on the ropes, you should be forced to use more defense. Like you can't just like sit there and like throw with the guy and not worry about this guy's gonna kill me because I'm on the ropes and this guy's a power puncher.
Undisputed has no system in that. And I can say one thing: Fight Night Champion takes that into consideration. If you put yourself up against the rope, you're more susceptible to taking some punishment. If you trap yourself,
Yeah,
that's
for
one thing I
sure.
remember. Fight Night Champion has it for sure. They have that system in it.
Yeah, and like I mean, I know I've said like bad things about EA games in the
Oh, you're on
past.
mute.
Oh wait, yeah,
Oh, you're on
Poe.
mute.
Wait, was Poe trying to speak? I saw him like
Yeah, he's on
talking, but I
mute.
don't know if
Or,
his
or
mic cut out.
yeah, your mic's not coming through, Paul.
You're muted.
Hang on, what was I gonna say? It was about like the EA games. Like I've played a lot of Fight Night Champion lately, and like UFC 4, a little bit of UFC 5. I will say, as a guy who's like, needs to be realistic, and like a big guy pushing against hybrid, I do like some of the stuff EA has done. Like their damage system in Fight Night Champions pretty. I mean, it's pretty nice. Like you can counter a guy properly and stumble him. Like I've literally seen times where I've hit the guy and he turns away and he's stepping to where I just hit him.
Y'all can hear me?
And like yeah,
Yes.
we can hear you, Poe.
What happened?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I want to get through these questions real quick because we've been on like 3 hours. God, dog.
Dang, dang! I've been at the
Yeah,
mall
be
for
on
2 hours.
3 hours, and I ain't even get through this script yet. Um, all right, segment 9, the AI developer problem and publisher investor mindset. SCI removed the AI developer and never replaced them. AI is the brain of a boxing game. Without it, there is no realism and tendencies, decisions making, or style. Investors and publishers still think arcade games sell better. They're stuck in 20 or 30 years ago in the past. DLC won't sell if the base game lacks authentic mechanics. And here's the talking prompts. Why no AI developer replacement? Do decision makers even want a simboxing game? Who's really calling the shots? Is transparency a smokescreen? What y'all think?
I think it's cheaper to control the narrative in the Discord than to put money into what we're into that position.
Yeah,
Yeah, I thought they had Little Mac on that though.
they
Little Mac
fired.
was
They
doing like
said he
AI.
left. They fired him, but they didn't replace him.
Oh, well, they need like more people who can work with like CPUs and make them more unique to like each fighter. Because if you can
Yeah,
have like 20 or 30 CPU guys and you have them study boxing footage of like each fighter, you could really make it immersive. Like you can make them
yeah, and it makes
fight
brings more
how they
fans
fight.
in. And they can't say they can't do it because it's AI technology that if the AI looks at the a video footage of a fight, it actually replicates that into a character.
Yeah, you can have more like you can have tendency sliders, so you can have it more of a defensive fighter.
Yeah,
who fights on like the back foot, or he tries to move forward but tries to slip shots and then counter with his own. So he's
Yeah,
kind
and
of
they
putting on
said
pressure but not throwing a lot.
yeah, and they're saying the AI doesn't actually. I mean, it doesn't take away from real boxers like boxer control. You can actually still use certain things for the boxer, the control boxer. It literally, like if he not like in real life does certain things, it's not gonna like really push for the character to do that to keep it
Yeah.
as realistic as possible.
Who
Like,
programmed the current AI?
what'd you say?
Who programmed the current AI? Like how the CPU fights?
Oh no.
I think I think right now it's just one CPU base, and then all the fighters use that CPU base. Because when I
Yeah, it
played
seemed like it.
offline, when I played offline, all the fighters kind of fight the same way. Like it's kind of
Yes.
repetitive.
And that's crazy. Yeah. All right. Now I got segment 10. I want to talk about what's possible versus what's we're getting. If the big dogs made a boxing game, EA Sports, big budget, realism possible, but gamers doubt they're going sim. Could deliver dynamic career, true stamina damage, official belts. Oh no. 2K, deep career, promoter mode in history with a living boxing world. Konami, victorious boxers, best footwork animations in the genre. Modernized for motion matching animations and style realism. Capcom, esports ready, controls and precision. Sega, RGG Studio, story driven career with gym building and side content. Rockstar Games, open world boxing drama from underground fights to world titles.
Oh shoot!
Past games in today's tech. Fight Night Champion, 4K, race tracing arenas, physics based damage, Victoria Boxing, perfect movement, stamina realism, hybrid anime realistic visuals. Knockout Kings, huge roster, era specific presentation, modern modes that could be delivered, full career modes, promoter mode, legacy mode, esports circuit, cinematic story mode, historic rivalries, amateur circuit, gym builder, community creation suite. So, what y'all think about what I just read?
Uh, like is this like a what if situation if all those
Yeah,
studios got
yeah,
together
it's a
for a
what
game?
if. And what do they bring to the table if they were to make a boxing game?
Like together, correct?
Yes.
So what are
I
you talking
think
about?
it'd
The
be
idea of like a metaverse?
What'd you say?
You talking about the whole idea of the metaverse?
I
No,
think you meant like if those studios partnered up for one game, like for one
no.
huge game.
Each one of them had their strengths and what the
Okay.
game would look like if they made it in today's with today's technology and everything that they learned over the years.
Okay.
A general theme from all of those things that you all those games you brought up is the metaverse.
What do you mean by metaverse?
Okay, so NBA 2K, you're walking into this virtual world, and you go to the virtual playground, you go to the virtual gym, and then you go and play virtual pickup, and then you know what I mean. You
Oh yeah.
go WW 2K25. They brought in the metaverse now, where
Oh yeah.
they have this. You build your character, he walks around, he's walking around. Metaverse would have been back like if you remember PS3 or PS4, they had a metaverse and it's busted. They don't use it anymore. You walk around. You
PlayStation
remember
Home.
how you walk around?
But to be honest, if you looked at the first videos that Undisputed put out, ESBC. Remember the boxers walking around in the gym?
Yeah.
That was Ash mentality. That's what he wanted. But somebody must have told him, nah, that's gonna take too much to do. That's exactly what he wanted.
You know what? I'll say if he did want to do that for a first release, it's ambitious only because you don't know how big your market's going to be until they actually sold the game. Because
Yeah.
that's a big project to bring because you have to have servers for that to work, man, and you have to have good servers too.
Yeah. Because I remember Westcom had something similar to that PlayStation Home. They couldn't keep up with that. There's too much going on. But yeah, Ash he was very ambitious, but somebody knocked down all his ideas. Nah, that ain't gonna be possible.
Yeah.
I think it
I
would have been, to tell you the truth, if it would have been easy to do. Let's just say if they would have went and did everything on an Unreal Engine, if
Yeah,
that would have been the release, I have
yeah,
a good feeling Unreal Engine's more scalable. So that means they could have did more modular programming. Therefore, the first release would have been the base, what we got now, and then eventually they could have released the Creator Boxer or the Creation Suite, and then eventually we could eventually get progressed until we get to that metaverse stage after.
yeah.
yeah.
But they fucked it up with this
And
friggin' Unity crap.
yeah, and it sounds like that's what Ash actually was planning. But it's like whatever he said didn't matter. Like somebody else just bogart what Ash had planned.
But yo, going back to the whole trying to go from arcade to sim, a factor that's pushing the arcade as well. When you start to look, when you start to like, just like all the 2K games. If we look at NBA 2K and even the NHL hockey games, all the games that have cards in it, the Madden card game, what's it? Mutt. NHL calls it Hot.
Mhm.
All these W2K has what they have their card game as well,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
But the whole thing is they put those are your big money modes because it's bringing in cash, right? It's all about play to buy to win kind of thing, right? So you
Yeah.
have to put the arcade elements in it. Technically, the arcade elements are the casino gaming elements that they're
Yeah.
putting in the game to fucking encourage you to start. Okay, I gotta spend VC. I gotta buy this because I have to be able to compete now.
Yeah.
So that's one thing why I think possibly we're going. They always ended. They always go. If we're talking about greedy investors and all these freaking stakeholders who have a stake in it, it has something to do with that, man. The more arcade you go, the more bullshit you can put in the game. Pay to win.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
that's what happened with 2K. Because 2K was known for being a simulation, like they were striving for simulation. And then they start adding all these card games and stuff. And I be telling people, you can't complain if you keep buying. A lot of people keep buying it. If you stop buying, they will not do it. It messes up their
And
whole
it's
setup.
lucrative right now as well, man. The base game. How much? How much is the base game in American dollars? The base game is probably what, 59.99 US
Nah, seven.
for NBA 2K.
$70.
$70 US. Okay,
$70.
Yeah.
that's just so the base game is $70, and every time you build a player, that's gonna run you about $120 US. Multiply and guys, and every time you have a tuner update, changes the gameplay environment. Then you go and buy another create a player. So by the time you're done, so from NBA 2K25, when you're finally ready to play NBA 2K26, you probably end up paying about $400 in cabs alone.
Yeah,
Which
that's
which
crazy.
Yeah.
they're making more money on the cabs now than the base game. They might as well give the base game away for free during launch.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's crazy. But like they keep on, and my thing is if they all just do a boycott and say we're not buying no more, they don't got no choice but to stop.
Who's gonna put
I
all those people in rehab?
What'd you say?
Who's gonna put all those people in rehab? They're all addicted, man. Come on, that's addiction. That's video game
Yeah, it
addicts,
is.
man.
It really is. It really
Yeah.
is. And my thing, I was trying like early, like when Ash first started making the game, I was trying to get them to Tops. Tops is a card making game. I was trying to get them to team up with them, but not for the same thing that 2K and these other games are doing, just to have as collector items in the game. Like you do a certain thing and you get a card pack or cards. And the fans like feel like they wanted to, like I want to get digital cards. They could do that like on their own, but that has nothing to do with the game. That would have been a great idea.
Yeah.
But
Make
I'm
money.
like, what'd you say?
Make money.
Yeah, but I don't. To
That's
me,
an
like,
additional revenue stream right there.
yeah. And my thing is, if you're making a bigger team or something like that, some people can actually see that as all right, you building your team, but you doing it to be a money grab or being greedy. That's something totally different.
Oh, one of the games you mentioned was what's the game back in Road to Victory?
What'd you say?
What's it called again?
Victorious boxes.
What's Victorious Boxers. So I remember playing that years ago. And
Yeah,
if it's this, and if it's the same game I remember playing, so going back to that video that sports gaming analysis released the other day showing the tire drill,
yeah,
doing that whole tire drill, right?
uh huh,
Victorious Boxers, I believe, has that gameplay baked into it. The only thing is, in order you have to initiate it. It's almost like when both you guys agree to step forward and you're toe to toe, it kind of locks you into place after, and then and then you guys start the box inside, and you could go and you're circling. But it's almost like it's an arcade effect. It's like a magnetic effect. I'm pretty sure it's the same game I remember playing back in the day that does it.
Yeah. Personally, when I started playing Victorious Boxers 2, I wasn't a huge fan of it. It's not. I mean, it's not what I'm looking for. For like
But
realism,
is it?
at least. Like it's.
but it
But is
has a
that the
lot of
one where you have to hold the button to lock you and it locks you in place?
yeah,
Is that?
but it has a
I
lot
don't
of
think it's the
realistic.
same game.
It has a lot of realistic things in it. It's just that the
Yeah.
anime things throw a lot of people off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's one of the issues you run into whenever a game has it, where it's like it's accurate in the depiction of what it's trying to replicate, but the animations don't. It's not eye catching. It's more of an eyesore than it is an eye catch.
Yeah,
Yeah, and the controls felt really weird to me too. I don't know, like it just didn't feel proper. If that makes sense.
but they
Well,
the
I'm not too
knockouts
concerned
they
about the
felt more
graphics.
knockouts felt more realistic than what we got now.
Yeah,
The
yeah, no, I
knockdowns,
agree with that.
knockouts, everything. You get
Yeah,
knocked down wherever you get knocked down. That's where the referee count at.
yeah, not getting
That's
teleported to the middle of
crazy.
the ring.
Yeah, that's crazy. They can't get knockdowns right.
Fight
And
Night Champion had that. You got up wherever you got knocked down.
yeah, that's crazy.
And that's why I said
Even
it's a lot of hope that the same team that is on Unity right now does not translate to Unreal Engine. Because I don't even know if I'm gonna buy Undisputed 2, first of all, because
Me neither.
this
Nah,
Undisputed
I'm not
1 has
doing
been
that.
such a it's been just such a cluster of no. Like I don't know where they thought that steering into a completely different direction was going to go, but obviously the people who have been here, um obviously the ones who really actually love boxing are the only ones who are really here. Like when you look back, a lot of people are now just they're catering to now the broken mechanics of the game. So you have a lot
Yeah,
of people who are advocating like obviously it needs to go back into more of a boxing direction. But the issue is a lot of people are now also just utilizing the bad mechanics of the game and making it look a whole lot worse. So a lot of the people now, it's kind of just like you see the numbers dwindling down on Steam. You're lucky to get 700 on a player base. PlayStation, you probably have maybe 2,000 max. Xbox, that's dying too. So you see a lot of people, the more passionate side of the consumer base is really realistically the ones who have been with the game since the beginning that are left.
Yeah.
But the problem is the fact that this game has now delved so far into the archaic aspect of whatever. You see a lot of people now just it's a mediocre experience. It's not good.
Yeah.
It's not horrendous. It's a middle ground mediocrity, and nobody's really happy because you have the people
Yeah.
that you originally at launch. That's what happened at launch. Y'all tried to make this game more of a handhold. Oh, we're gonna handhold. We're gonna let these people have some archaic experience too with it, and align it with simulation mechanics. The problem is you did a lot of things backwards, and that's why nobody is happy. Because
Yeah.
right now, I feel like this boxing game is more archaic than it has ever been. I
Yep.
don't know where we're at, but right now, this game it's just dying, and
Yeah.
it doesn't matter how many roundtables you have. It doesn't matter how many times you try to communicate with us in the Discord chat. It doesn't matter if you get mad at us for having an opinion and it's not uh fitting to where you feel like your effort is. But the problem is we the community has tried so hard for not a year, years to get y'all to understand. Do not make this
Yep.
arcade. Do not turn
Yep.
Yeah.
back
Yep.
on your simulation based fans. We have
Mm-hmm.
tried to say this for years, and not only that, but even after launch, we kept giving you suggestions after input. The developers can be mad all they want. I don't care because at the end of the day, if you listened to us sooner, you would not be in the same position today. The reason why we're
Yeah.
in this position today is because you turned against your original fans. You
That's
turned
fact.
away
Yeah.
from them and you changed the direction of the game. And now you get a whole bunch of blowback because you have not done really much right. So when you see people who you thought, oh, these people were the biggest advocates for this game. I've seen people who love this game and would praise this game and say, oh, it's still a good game, have now started downing this game too because
Yep.
you have
Yeah.
not put your foot down. And it's sad
Mm-hmm.
that the community that you've stood on for years is now putting their foot down on you because you have done nothing right to actually fit the criteria of what they need. You make it seem like anything that is asked or anything that is wanted is the biggest journey of, oh, I'm going to do my best. Your best would have been good enough if you kept with the direction that you originally gave us. But
Mm-hmm.
because you've fallen so far down, now nothing is good enough. And now you barely have a community to cater to. Because a lot of
Yeah.
people who are left now, they're just here because they want a good boxing game. And unfortunately, not only are they here, but they don't have the good boxing game that they've advocated for.
I mean,
Um,
the Discord is starting to ban people for asking questions, which is why I was banned. So I mean, what the hell's gonna happen now?
Yeah.
I'll
yo,
probably get banned
I
next.
could make you a bet.
Yeah.
Yo, I could make you a bet. The boxer they brought in, is the boxer named City? Is that the person they brought in recently?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
I could make you.
Sibby's been around for a while. He's the social media manager.
Oh, he's okay. Who's the boxer they brought in? There was some
There's
boxer
Stevie.
dude they brought in.
It's Sibby.
That's the
I
same.
think he's
That's the
been
same
there
guy.
like about 8 or 10 months, something like that.
Yeah, he said he was
I
around,
could
I think,
make
for
you.
about a year.
I could make you a bet that since they brought a new boxer, they've never had a discussion like how we just had just now.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
Not at all. Not at all.
Nope.
That's a guarantee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a
That's
guarantee.
They didn't want boxers
Th-
in the studio while making Undisputed. They would never ask those hard questions amongst themselves.
I
no.
think I think
Well, they can't
you know
because they
what's
don't know.
funny.
They can't.
What's funny is the community asks the harder questions than actual boxers that are around the studio supposedly.
Yeah, that's
So
Yeah.
fact.
I mean, there's that. You could even say the round table. Let's say that the round table is even a sentiment of what the community wants. There's still going to be that transparent. There's still going to be that conspiracy that there's a lack of transparency.
Yeah,
So
that
you
Hmm.
could say all the right things, but it's not going to translate because where's the direction of this game? In the middle of nowhere. We're in no man's land, and we've been in no man's land for years at this point because every single year it's been dialing back less realism, less realism. Oh, this mechanic's not working, so we're going to remove it. And I agree with certain things being bettered or removed for the betterment of the game, but I don't agree with not giving a reasonable alternative. Like I said before, with the jab to the body iteration, you don't completely remove the animation. You keep the animation fundamentally, but you
yeah,
also provide a better iteration, a better alternative to what it is now. Because people don't want sliding jab animations unless they're advocating for Sonic the Hedgehog to come back. Don't nobody really want the
Yeah.
sliding jab, lunging body jab to the body. It's just the most accurate punch right now. So people are overly using something that is realistically a bad mechanic, especially if you're trying to actually advocate that there's realism in your game. That's not a simulation punch. You are like I said before, it's just archaic. It's a very archaic mechanic. So I agree with people saying they should remove certain things, but also bring in something that is a better alternative, a better iteration, like the physics based blocking. That whole situation, we have not had a good block. Like the block right now is just bad.
Yeah.
Like it's just very inconsistent, and the desync on top of that makes it 20 times worse than what it really is. But if it was back to the physics base, I'd prefer that. And I was one of the ones who was advocating I don't really care for the block at launch because I felt like it was basically just you might as well have had a paper plate on your hands and called it a shield. But at the same time, like, listen, if we're gonna get a decent block, I'd rather the block from launch than the block of what we have now because this block ain't it, and it hasn't been it for a long time. I don't know what we got now.
yeah. I
Yeah.
keep hearing people say block. That bothers me. It's many blocks, so but it's like they're focusing on one style of blocking, and even with when I be talking to people, they keep talking about the manual blocking and all that. That helps you, create your own blocking style. But it's what are they gonna really give us?
I think we're at a dead end, and that round table is just gonna kind of confirm it
Yeah,
because
that
it's
that
like
that's what I say.
you're not
That's
gonna
exact.
you're not gonna really add anything. What they're gonna do is they're gonna try to make it seem like they're completely committed to this game being the best it can be. And they might try to make it somewhat competent. But at the end of the day, the biggest L that this community and the developers has taken is this game will never be exactly what it was supposed to be. So it doesn't
Yep.
matter how good or how far or how deep they go into this game and making it somewhat competent and decent, it's never going to be what was originally depicted. So it's a disappointment on everybody's end. And there's no excuse for that, especially for all the people that bought into your project, brought into your dream before it had legs to walk. It's such a disappointment for the community. So I don't blame people who don't want to buy this game, Undisputed 2, that might come out in a year and a half from now. I don't blame them. I don't blame if you don't have an online community to share the Unreal Engine cool experience. You probably will, But the blowback that comes from this community, it's already transpiring. You're seeing it on Reddit. You're seeing it on Discord. Everything is in shambles.
Yeah.
You're trying to make it seem like, okay, we get it. We understand. You hear us. The problem is you hear us now, but you didn't hear us loud enough whenever we were trying to get you to where you needed to be.
Yo, what's the PS5 rating right now on it? A 2? Is it like a 2.5 out of 5
Like
or
a
something?
2.5 or a 3.5. I think.
Dad, why? Why? What the heck happened?
Yo, you thought that's bad when it first came out? It was in the one for a good while. It was in the one, man.
So that means
Dude,
it was bored. People got bored and they started playing it to get it up to the 3.
Yeah. When I checked on Xbox last, it was like a 2 stars.
Dad, come.
Oh yeah,
Wait,
it's
hang on.
probably worse on
Let me
Xbox than it is on PlayStation. I'm not gonna lie, because PlayStation or Xbox is I think the Xbox experience has disliked the game even more than the PlayStation, because PlayStation, it still has a decent player base, but every other player base when it comes to the PC community and also Xbox community, all I've heard is just people just saying it's just horrible. There's no player base here. And then PC, I play on PC and PlayStation 5, so I see both ends of the
Hello?
spectrum. And
Yeah.
PC hates the game right now. They just hate it.
Well, because of the anti cheat's broken.
That
Before
too.
that anti cheat, it was broken, and then when they came out with the anti cheat, I forgot the name of the one they're using. It was broken on day one, and ever since it's been broken. All people are doing on Steam is using the hack engine, the hack trainer it is, and they're
Yeah,
fucking the
the
game up.
Wii mod trainer. Yeah.
Yes, that's
Because
it.
I was just talking.
Anyone can
I was
get it
talking to
too.
Stove about that too. The anti cheat, the Denova anti cheat that they have right now. I don't know what the purpose of it is because it's not working. Like
It's
literally,
trash.
one of the dudes who was banned, and I mean, I know everybody knows he's a cheater. He is right now #1 ranked on the PC leaderboards. So what
Dude,
does that
you
tell
It's
know,
you?
easy. It's easy to cheat on a PC. That I knew that was going to happen to me. If you can mod a game on a PC, you know you
Yeah.
could be able to make it so you could cheat.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
with
well, they still need to
PlayStation,
do
you
better
can't
on
do
all
all
that.
that craziness.
They
You know
still
what's
need
concerning
to
to
do
me?
better.
What'd you
When
say?
Do you know what's concerning to me?
What?
Gub, I mean, before it was banned, at least Gub kept asking the devs, like, okay, how many players have you guys banned with your anti-cheat? And like he was asking this like Saf and a couple other devs, they refused to tell him the number of people who were banned. Like they refused to like
Because they're
acknowledge
not.
it.
They're
Yeah,
not.
because no one's getting banned. Only if you say who's cheating, they'll ban it. I don't think they have good anti-cheat right now. And yeah, I'm
Yeah.
looking on the
They don't.
Xbox store. I'm looking on the
They, they
Xbox store. Oh, sorry.
they don't even have like an ID system to say if you're cheating anyways. Like I know like games like Fortnite, they have that, but they have that system where okay, if you're cheating and somebody films it, at least there's an ID code at the bottom. I don't know
Yeah,
how EA does it. EA has EA has a report system. I don't know how they could prove it unless they're taking it's clipping somehow. I don't know.
I mean, the
How does EA do it?
report system right now, when it comes to Undisputed, it's inaccurate because there's
Yeah.
been a lot of reports that have been not looked into, and it's been talked about even before Steve's had actually changed the feedback section. There was a lot of reports of cheating becoming more and more rampant of an issue, and now that everybody just knows that basically Denova, when it comes to anti-cheat on this game, is basically useless. Uh, they've just been doing basically anything and everything blatantly. So even though in this what Leafy was talking about too, Gub had actually asked that question like almost 3 weeks ago. So
yeah.
he
But he
asked
was
the
asking
chat.
it a lot. He was asking it a lot.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
the excuse is the person that they need to talk to is super busy right now. So there's been no answer for Gub for the past basically 3 weeks. So that's
There's always an
ridiculous too.
excuse.
Yeah,
They always come up with something when there's a problem. They
Yeah.
always
exactly.
think of something to say. Like, dude,
Exactly.
that's like their business model. That's their
It's
I
business
know
close
model.
enough.
everybody will be hoping they answer it in the table, the round table, which I doubt.
Yeah,
Yo,
no,
I
they're not
think
doing
we have
that.
better round tables than them.
They're not gonna. They're probably not even gonna answer. They're not probably gonna
Exactly.
bring up anti-cheat at all. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. No,
yo,
they
that round
won't.
table is like that round table is like the police auditing them, doing an audit of themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's
Oh,
exactly what
Yeah.
it is.
oh, you remember when Saf had said something? She had said it I think 3 weeks ago too. She had said that they had brought somebody that was within the community to ask the questions.
Damn it! Fuck. Who boxing fanatical? Fuck.
Oh God! If no,
Oh my goodness.
oh no,
Like shit,
oh
man.
Look at
Hey,
Oh
that.
did you
man.
see that video? Yo, did you see that video Boxing Fanatical he released last week?
Man, I
The
don't even
title
want
is
to
The
talk.
Bump.
I don't even want to talk about
Yo,
it.
Boxing Fanatical's video 6 days ago, it says the title is Debunked. This is the best version of Undisputed ever.
Oh
Boxing game.
man.
When I saw
No,
it, I
no,
sat and I listened to it. I said, "Oh my god!" And you're telling me
they're
this guy's
giving
not?
him
He's
money.
not on the payroll?
He getting
Fuck.
They're
checked.
giving
He
him
getting a
money.
check.
They're paying him.
no!
They're paying him to say
If
good
they
stuff.
bring in Boxing Fanatico to speak for the community, that just shows how brain dead this whole
Dude.
operation is. Because
Yeah.
don't Boxing Fanatico don't speak for nobody except for a paycheck. So like, I
Yup.
Yeah.
don't know what the heck he's talking about. The game is great, and everybody in the player base is dying more and more every day. There's
Yup.
Yeah.
about 50 other people that I could advocate for that would have a better knowledge of speaking for the community than Boxing Fanatico. Don't
If they
nobody
have
want
Will
Boxing
Kinsler,
Fanatico to speak for
wait,
the community.
He ain't the same boss fanatical. About 2 years ago, he
Yeah,
was he was better advocate for us. But now, since he got a little bit of that SCI money, nah, man.
no, he's out of touch, and
Yeah,
it
yeah,
shows
no.
that's
every
my
single
boy. But
video.
nah, man.
It shows every
Yeah.
single video that he does on Undisputed how out of touch with the community he really is. Because
Yeah,
there's the
no.
whole laundering list of people who say this game is in shambles, the community is in shambles, and the dev development team, I don't know what they're doing, but they're in shambles too. So, Boxing Fanatico, we appreciate you from the beginning. We don't have that same appreciation and philosophy now.
Yeah,
It's
Yeah.
no.
different. Things have
No.
definitely changed. Please don't speak
Even
for the community.
showbiz changed.
Showbiz, yeah, Showbiz is like
I said,
he's out
what
the
Yeah, but
happened?
he said the game. But he
Showbiz is
came out
gone.
straight. From all of them, he came out and said the game sucked.
Yeah,
Not in those exact word, but he came out with a video, and I
but he
remember he
wasn't saying it
called.
for the. But he not saying it for the same reasons we're saying it.
No, yeah, he was saying it differently because he thought that the launch version was the best.
Right.
I didn't hear him say
I
that because
remember seeing a video.
he's saying you shouldn't have to sit down and think in a boxing game. It's a boxing game. You're a boxing,
Yeah, you're
so-called box
boxing. What else are you
analyst.
doing?
He
This
said you
isn't.
should be
This
having
isn't.
fun. You shouldn't have to think about. I'm like, what are you talking about? You never talk like that. Who throwing a
Yeah,
check
this isn't
at you?
ballerina class. This isn't ballerina class. This is boxing. You gotta work for it.
Somebody
I
saying
saw
they're from the
Cordo.
Discord, but they're not saying their name. So I'm
Yo, I
guessing
saw
it's a mod or a dev.
I
Oh,
saw Cordo earlier. I saw Cordo, but he never came. I saw his
Oh
name
yeah,
about an hour ago.
oh,
yeah.
and please, I listen. I know that I talk a lot of crap, but I also back it up. Please don't let Mad Dog May become a mod. If that dude becomes a mod,
No,
I'm taking all of this and I'm going. I'm never coming back.
get him out of there.
He
Get Mad Dog May away from the modding team.
that
Or
dude
from my,
could not be needed to be further from the mod block and hit whatever the heck button. He keep that dude away from moderator. He does
keep
not.
him away from the whole game.
That too.
Keep him away from the community.
That too. I agree actually.
Yo, that video that Fanatical did debunked the best version of Undisputed. I think the guy in the video he was attacking or he was talking about was that guy named Pride Fighter. It looks like him.
Huh. Yeah, they must have gave him like a lot of money to say good things about Undisputed, man. And if he's
Yeah,
talking for the community, we're done. We're not watching that roundtable discussion.
I'll tell them what was the whole point of doing a roundtable if you were going to have somebody speak for the community who doesn't speak for the community.
exactly.
We're insanely out of touch. Insanely out of touch with what we think.
And that's what
Although
I
he
was
started his own
saying
YouTube
with
channel.
because they trying to escape from the live roundtable. They making a billion excuses, and I keep telling them
Yeah.
I did live. EA is worse than the Discord. This Discord is child's play compared to EA, and they have more fans. So when I was doing my live roundtables, I was talking to the developers straight up, talking to the developers on my live roundtables. So they weren't giving them no problems. They wasn't nothing major. So y'all automatically, you know what it is? They scared the beast gonna show up. And
Yeah.
mute them. I
Yeah.
really think that's what it is. I think they scared beast gonna pop up and he gonna mess up everything.
They're scared of the beast.
And I'm like, come on, y'all serious? Because when they said, and I'm laughing because I got y'all talking to everybody in the Discord like they children and they don't know no better. And then when I'm
Yeah.
telling them, you say, well, Paul, it's not the same thing. It is the same thing. And y'all keep talking about y'all need all these moderators and stuff. You got moderators in the Discord. All it need is 3 moderators. Not even that, 2. When people start getting out of the, not saying the right things, ban them. If they like cursing or being disrespectful, that ban them. You don't need like a whole team or army to be moderators for a live chat or a live round table. That don't make no sense. They just want to be able to script everything. If everything's scripted, they could say, well, we're gonna do this and say this or say that. That's what they're trying to do.
Exactly.
That's why it's
Yo,
pre-recorded. But I'm mad curious to see who they actually have speak for the community, because
Me
that
too.
shows
It's
you
gonna
just
be
how
boxing Fanatico.
far off the development team is. Because at this point, they're trolling and doing PR, and it
Yeah.
don't even
I
make
think
any
it's
sense.
yo,
it'll be
why
either
did
boxing
What's
Fanatico.
going
what was
supposed
the
to be
reason
on
why
there?
Will Pilsner came out of the blue all of a sudden too? That's all leading up to that, right?
Yeah, he
But
came
you
out
know
of
why I
nowhere.
think he came out?
He just came.
Because the beast, he has a petition out, and it's starting to gain ground.
Yes,
And after they get a
I
certain
signed
amount
it,
of
man.
votes, yeah, when they get a certain amount of votes, it goes to like Ash, because he got Ash down as the recipient. So it goes to Ash. So I know Ash probably is like, oh, Will, you got to get in there and say something on our
Yo,
behalf.
he's at 56 right now.
And that
56.
and every time he make a video, he get more and more people.
Mm-hmm.
That mug get 100 petition people. It's a
That's
ball
why.
game.
That's why he came out then, man, because he
Yeah,
knows, man.
he knows. He
It's
know.
PR. It's PR.
Basically, he doesn't want nobody to address. He doesn't want none of those questions at the closed door meeting. But it's a closed door meeting. No one's gonna ask him those questions.
Exactly.
That's
No.
why you've seen what do you call it? What was it? I asked 2 questions that both got unanswered from Will. And no disrespect, but that comes off as you're trying to hide something. If you're gonna come out and all of a sudden start talking and talking, then you need to just be transparent. If a person of the community is asking you a question and it's a majority question from the community, why not just answer it
Oh,
transparently? That's my
guess
thing.
who here? Love C Shorty here.
Yeah, love to see Shorty.
Huh?
Love C Shorty here.
Oh, he's here.
Yeah.
It's
But what do you call it? I had asked 2 questions. One of the questions was actually originally from Cronon, and it was, what are they doing about? I don't know if I'm quoting it right, but it was something around the lines of, what are they doing with the hires for Unreal Engine 5? Like, what is that all about? That was one of the questions I had asked Will to talk about. I asked that question. There was another person who asked a similar question, old dude, in the Discord. He asked that question too. I asked that question twice. And then I had asked another question of, will desync ever be fixed and resolved? Are y'all really looking into desync the way that we need you to? He passed off it the first time. So I asked it the second time. Because he was talking about whenever he had brought all the some of the community creators into his house and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, so because he was talking about, this showed how, whenever we're dealing with difficult tasks and tough situations, how we can manage and make the best out of it. And I said, okay, well, are you using the same things and philosophies that you learned from that experience into fixing desync? He never answered the question. So I asked him a third time, will desync be fixed? Nothing. And then all of a sudden, he's got somewhere to go. So
That means, you know what that means? He's never
it
worked with a
shows.
network engineer before.
Huh?
He's never worked with a network engineer, nothing before. He has no. He probably has no experience. He probably hasn't, even from a troubleshooting experience. He probably hasn't. He has never seen any what the information looks like, what the data looks like for to even make that. That's what I'm thinking.
I
For him
mean,
just to ignore it.
if that's the case, that's fine. But just say that. Because when you just keep bypassing a clear question that's been asked throughout the community, it just seems like you're hiding things. And that's just playing PR. Because you want everybody to still continue buying this game, even though this game is dead.
Yeah. Facts.
When you were asking that question, what hat was you wearing? See, now we don't know what hat he wears anymore because he was hired as the gameplay director, but suddenly he's wearing the fucking authenticity director hat now, right? So we don't know which hat was he wearing when you asked him that question. I'm just curious now.
Oh.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He wears a lot of hats.
Facts. And it just proved how much control he has. He tried like he doesn't have control, but he does.
Yo, how did he get that moniker? He was a boxing guru.
Me.
What happened? Like, how did that happen?
Because, man, I'm talking about boxing a lot, and I was telling Ash, see, that's another thing, I'm going to keep bringing it up. They never give me credit for anything. That's one thing I want to get credit for. But I was telling Ash, I said, I was saying, Ash, this guy, he used to work for EA, and he's not, I don't think he was working or he was on vacation or whatever. And I said, you should, bring him on board because he has experience. And you should bring him on. I say, he know a lot about boxing. He watched a lot of fights and stuff. Oh, boy, why did I do that? He don't even mention me. He don't even, support. Like, Poe looked out for me, now I'm going to look out for Poe. He doesn't do that. That right there, really makes me like, yo, what's going on? Even Ash know that I hooked him up. I'm like, Dad, gone.
You had like a relationship with him, like from the EA days, I guess. Like previously, you had a good relationship with him. I think from the EA.
Yeah. Because if you watch the video of me when I was sparring Sergio Mora, he was right there on the ring apron looking at us sparring.
Right.
Yeah.
I didn't see. Hey, I didn't see the video. I only saw the still. I saw the still pic of it, but I didn't know there was a video.
Yeah, it's a video out. Community Day, fight night round for Community Day. Yeah, I sparred Sergio Mora. They was trying to get me to spar Shane Mosley. Shane Mosley said, heck no. Shane Mosley remembered me when I was boxing because he fought a guy in my gym. He knew how I bring it. I was like,
You know what was Lovesy? Hold on.
You
Lovesy said I made a login real quick.
who's
You don't even have to make a login. I don't even have a login.
you don't?
No, you don't
Nope.
have to make
I'm
one.
in here with no login.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's me, Love Seed, it's AAJ Pax, it's Aram, and it's Leafy. That's it right now.
I thought
Yep.
yo, yo, Poe, are you using Chrome?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why you ask?
Because I was looking at the manual, and that's the only thing. One thing it mentioned that it looked like for certain features you have to be using Google Chrome, but because I can't figure out why it's not streaming the we call it the with all the post overlays and all that kind of shit and the audios. Why it's not pushing that over? It's only pushing all it's pushing is just your feed alone into
Yeah,
YouTube.
yeah, that's crazy.
So I don't know if it was like a paid, but I'm not seeing anything that shows it's a paid feature or not. The only thing I saw is okay if it's Chrome, if you have to use Chrome.
Yeah. Aram got booted some type of way. I don't know what happened. Yeah, I know what I'm gonna do next time.
no, I'm still here.
oh, okay. I'm gonna do my YouTube on my tablet. I just did my what's calling on my tablet. I did my TikTok, but I think it'll serve better to do my YouTube on my tablet.
Or you do or if you have a Zoom account, that's another way to pull it. But with the Zoom, you won't be able to do the overlay.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking about doing this. I still got my Zoom too.
But that conversation between you and Will Kinsler was pretty interesting because
Yeah, I was trying.
he
He
made it
cut me off
basically
before I
like,
started hitting.
okay, well, he was right about everything. He was right. We had conversations, we did talk and stuff like that. So it was actually an interesting point, especially from the standpoint of a lot of people always think for some reasoning that Poe is lying, and
Yeah, yeah,
that's clarity for the fact that Poe actually is talking about what he knows, what he says, who he has had conversations with. He's not lying. He's not just telling people things just to say something. Like Poe actually has been around the community and knows these what do you call them? These community people and these managers and these game developers. Like he actually has history with this.
yeah. Because I was super passionate. I was too passionate. If you ask EA, I used to be. I'm like, yo, why y'all not asking this manager? Why you not asking? Because when I was helping round for round, we had like over 100 boxes, and I was talking to the managers. And the guy was like, "Are you the game developer? Are you the owner of the game?" I said, "No." He said, "Dad," he said, "You talk like you own the game." I said, "No, I just have passion."
It says guest 14 is trying to join the studio. I think it's like one of the participants.
You
He
would be the
trying to,
perfect candidate to ask the questions of the community Pope.
yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
But they not gonna do that.
Nah, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't even
They
ask
think
you to
I'm
do
too rogue.
it.
They think I'm too rogue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
They won't
when
even give you the T-shirt they promised.
yeah, like Gub keeps saying I should be the community manager. I should apply for it. You setting me up. Then I can't say what I
Well,
want to say.
no, you're beyond that, man. You're a sports consultant.
Yeah, but they ain't gonna do that.
Sports consultant slash sports game analysis. Like
You trying to make Beast fight me, huh?
no, I'm just saying that's the thing
I
that
know,
they
I know, I know.
devout. What it feels like this feels like they got what they wanted. They don't put no, and then therefore what they do is they distance themselves from the people, making them feel okay. Well, we have the people here already, which they don't. Maybe it's just a bunch of people reading. They're just probably reading some wiki pages and trying to pick up some knowledge and see. Maybe that's what's going on.
Did guest 14 get in?
I said like guest 14 and someone else was trying to join, like as one of the participants.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tell them if they can't join, turn off the pop up blocker. That'll cause it
Yeah.
from not. I had that issue the very first time I ever tried to join.
But
So
how many people?
Yeah.
I don't know how I got it set up. I thought I had it set up to have more than four things up here.
no, you probably do. It's just something with probably their on their
Oh,
end because I got in pretty easily without an account.
oh,
Yeah, me
okay.
too. I'm not even on an account right now.
We had more than five people. One, two, three, four. We had five people one time for sure. It's the guy. He probably has a pop up blocker because last time I remember Cordon he came in. He would have been the fifth person one time.
Yeah. I don't know if this are those guys trying to join?
They're trying to join. Yeah.
It's just the four of us right now. So, but it says there's two people, like two more people, but they're not in.
Funny too that the person who made the login they couldn't even get in, which is strange. Yeah, Beast has 56 signatures. If he gets 100, it goes to the next stage.
What's
Dang,
the next stage?
like 1,000?
I don't know. All I know is if he needs 44 to make 100, and that it says to reach your next goal.
Hmm.
Let me see what goal number 3 is. Yeah, it doesn't say what the third goal is.
I did think it was strange though that Will Kinsler had entered the chat after all that commotion. It was pretty interesting.
Yeah, yeah. He just came back out of the blue.
And then it was still for me it was still not the level of transparency that was needed. Like he answered
Mhm.
some questions, but I feel like it wasn't really the questions that have been lingered throughout the community for a while now, especially in terms of the what he's been doing and stuff like that. It just sounded like a bunch of sprinkles.
Yeah,
Do the raise hand icon. Press that and see does that make mean anything.
yeah. Someone just raised their hand.
Uh,
Oh,
let's see.
JPEGs.
Yeah, it works.
Oh yeah, you did it.
Yeah.
I thought that was low C shorty. Yeah. I don't know. This what's calm is worries me a lot. The round table. Like, what is they really going to talk about that's going to bring the game back to life? Nothing.
They answered
Yeah,
some of my questions. They said that they had to answer some of my questions, but I feel like it's probably not. The fact that it's not all the questions is a problem.
Yeah.
But also on top of that, I think that when it comes to this roundtable, it's just basically like going to a funeral. You already know what you're showing up to. It's just
yeah.
basically, the condolences are sent out. Now at this point, we're just all, you know, we're here for the same reasons. It's basically just this is probably going to be the last roundtable, to be honest.
Hmm.
This is probably going to be the last roundtable. They're probably going to try to do some patches to make the game somewhat optimal or
Clever.
optimized. But honestly, it's never going to be, like I said before, it's not going to be what we wanted originally. So this is really just like I said before, it's a funeral. It's
Yeah.
not. It's
Yes.
not
It, it,
them
it's
answering
it's
the
a it's a
questions and
fake
giving us what we want and what we need. It's just a funeral.
it's a fake round table. One of the things I asked staff is that, well, are you guys having a business meeting or are you doing a community town hall? A community town hall is really a community town hall
Yo,
is a version of a round table. And her, you know what
yeah,
her response was? She made this well, it's all electronic communications, right? But her response was as if, "Are you all there?" She made it seem like, "Are you all there? Like are you, are you mentally stable?" It's like one of those kind of responses, right? I'm like,
yeah,
I was like, what are you talking about? You got people are telling you that you guys can't run a community. You want to say it's a round table, and you're saying you're not. You said you can't do it. Well, frig, you guys can't even afford a Zoom license. That shit's baked into Zoom, and you can moderate your whole freaking thing. Like, I don't understand what is it. But it's, you guys are just deflecting, man.
yeah,
You don't want to have a real roundtable because you don't want nobody. You don't want the community feedback. And
Yeah,
then bottom line, this is
They're-
why you guys can't fix your game.
Well, also that because they're scared of their community, because their
they're
community
scared of
has
what
been
they.
one of the few
yup,
communities who call out the devs on their shit. And right now, what you have is a whole community of people who have been passionate and been standing by this game